Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell as well as, excuse me, let me do that over. I'm a little bit too, hyped up right now. So let's start that over. What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message to the people and the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the other link in the description, joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing in the new black media. With that being said, family, first and foremost, I was going to give you a very long update on your George politics. I call geopolitics George politics now. I heard my Joe politics. I heard my little nephew the other day. I wrote out I was writing my notes and he read on it, and he's learning how to read, right? And so he read geopolitics and he said Joe politics. I was like, for now on, that's what I'm calling it. It is Joe politics, ladies and gentlemen. So I had this update that I wanted to do, but I think I'm going to save that for Saturday because that's a little bit extended and I have so much time before I got to get out of here today. So I think we're going to do that on Saturday. But in a nutshell, other countries, as I stated, would end up happening. Other countries have come out. Qatar has come out and said that, God dang it, we ain't do nothing and we're about to defend ourselves, period, point and blank. Saudi Arabia has come out and said, y'all have attacked us unprovoked. And regardless of whether we agree with what's going on, we're going to defend ourselves as well. You got Lebanon coming out, and they're out here being very clear about things like, hey, don't just talk on one side or the other. They're saying that Israel and Iran both broke the ceasefire agreement, and that's how we got to where we are today. And Lebanon ain't playing either. Lebanon said they would throw their hats into the bunch. France says, even though we do not agree with what's going on with the American and how American government has done things, we have a lot of friends and defense contracts over there in that area in the region, and we're going to defend our partners in the region. So we're going to deploy some fighter jets in order to help combat all the missiles that are being shot into the region. So there's a lot going on, family, a lot going on. And I don't know how true this is because this is coming directly from the Jerusalem Post. But apparently, let me go here, family. Iran has reached out to the CIA to discuss end of conflict. Trump is saying it's too late. I don't know, but this is what's going on. Let's go here. Iran's surviving leaders have publicly projected defiance and refusal to negotiate with the U.S. President Donald Trump to halt the American and Israel assault on their country. But operatives from Iran's Ministry of Intelligence quietly reached out indirectly to the CIA with an offer to discuss terms for ending the conflict, according to the official briefs on the outreach cited by the New York Times. Now, family, like I said, I don't know how true this is. It is being posted from the Jerusalem Post, but at the same time, it was reported in the New York Times. So, like I said, family, we'll see what happens within the next few days. I will be keeping my eyes on this because I found it very interesting. France's response, just the way they put it. They said, hey, basically what they're saying, because, you know, Spain and the UK, they didn't want America using their bases. You feel what I'm saying? They said they wanted nothing to do with the situation. They didn't want us using their bases. And so in order to do the operation, the fighter jets had to fly, I think it was 36 hours there and back, and there was nowhere to land. But while they're sitting there telling America that they didn't want us using their bases in order to do these operations, then they in turn ended up getting bombed by Iran because the bases are their country. So now they're sitting there saying, yeah, hey, you know what, America, we'll let you use the bases, but we're not going to, you know, participate with you guys. So right now, UK is on the shit list. Spain is on the shit list. And the only country right now that isn't really put on the shit list is France. France is like, look, you know, I don't agree with what's going on, but, you know, let me just say this and let me say it clear. I got partners in that region and we have defense contracts with each other. So I'm going to be sending some of my troops over there to make sure that at least the air situation is taken care of, so we won't be seeing so many missile strikes. So this is all what's going on in your geopolitics. Well, like I said, on Saturday, we'll touch bases with it even further because, like I said, there is a lot to discuss on this. But yeah, now let's get into the reason why we're here. But before we do so, let me go ahead and scroll up. Get my scroll on. Let me give a B1 salute, shalom, and certified to our good brother Black RU in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Our sister Queen Angelic is in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here as well. Shout out to our sister Honey Brown in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Excuse me, family. People want to call me as soon as we start. And shout out to our sister Honey Brown Sugar for becoming a member. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Now, let's continue. Our sister Aquarius Minded is in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Mrs. C. Phil Davis in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen, as well as our good brother Retro Gemini in the building. Much love to you, as well as our other good brother Zavon Scott is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our sister Queen Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here as always, my sister. Let's see who else we got up in the building. Mr. Fireworks is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. Shalom and salute to you. Raya is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Shalom to you, family. Shalom, shalom. Our sister Queen FBA Queen is in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here. As always, my pleasure. Our brother Antithesis is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. Our good brother Breeze Omega is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Ooh, want to make sure we got everybody. Real Spill Academics in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family, as well as Sweet Jean in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Family, Rael is in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Brenda Thomas is in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here as always, Taiwan is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Much love to you, as well as our good sister Priscilla Taylor in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And for everybody who's not in the chat, and for everybody who's going to catch this on the replay, the playback. Much love to all of you, and thank you all for being here. Now, family, with no further ado, let's get into the reason why we are here. And let me make sure I do this in the key of our brother Kid Gravity. They lost. Oh yes, family. Teddy Pender ass down has turned to petty Pender ass down. Let's go. Family, let me give a B1 salute to our good sister Stacy in the building, as well as our sister M. Hampton in the building, JJ in the building, our brother Wild Williams in the building. Much love to each and every one of you, and thank you for being here. Now let's get into it. First and foremost, family, we got to talk about Al Green. You know, the man that Joyless Reed got behind a microphone, was talking about, I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. Because he stood up at the State of the Union holding the sign that says black people aren't monkeys. And, you know, more and more people has been seeing his shenanigans, his chicanery, and has been walking away from him. And because of that, your boy Al Green is now in a runoff. Oh, yeah, this man is now in a runoff.
Representative Al Green is being forced into a runoff with Representative Christian Menefee after neither candidate was able to secure a majority of the vote in Texas's primary elections. Menefee is the first competitive primary the 78-year-old congressman has faced in years. Menefee won a special election to replace the late Democratic Representative Sylvester Turner, but Texas redistricting forced the congressman to run against Green in the same district. Green lags slightly behind his challenger, holding 44.2% of the vote compared to Menefee's 46% of the vote, with 96% of ballots counted. Green, though a staunch progressive, is among several older establishment Democrats facing competitive primary challenges in the 2026 cycle. Menefee's performance in the race is a sign that several Democratic incumbents may have trouble in this cycle, as they too face challenges from their progressive flank or from much younger candidates. Some lawmakers, like Nancy Pelosi, have opted to retire instead of going through a battle for generational change.
So, family, how much is any of that Al Green singing doing at this point in time? How did that translate into votes at this time? How did his chicanery and shenanigans translate to his election? Oh, family, I'm so elated to do this broadcast today. And the reason why it isn't just because of these people losing. It isn't just because it's Democrats, because, it's not just Democrats that we're going to talk about here today. No. We're talking about the people who disrespect us. We talking about the people who neglect us, people who run around here talking like they got any type of say-so on what should be done to the people who built this damn country and their visitors here. Yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of folks, even, your boy, what's his name? The guy who wasn't running as a black man, who was sounding like a roly-poly Martin. And as our good brother Kid Gravity said yesterday, that had me in tears, it had me turned up. The fake Bobby Lashley, Wesley Hunt, he lost too. Let's go here first.
This is why I got in the race, because I'm already outperforming Jasmine Crockett and James Talerico. I'm outperforming Ken and John in the general election. See, if I'm in the general election, when I'm in the general election, we're not going to have a problem because I'm going to be able to match their energy. Again, I am somebody that has led a clean life. I'm somebody that people can look up to. I'm somebody that has served this great nation. And I think that contrast with me versus James or me versus Jasmine Crockett, I definitely bleed Texas. And I think I would love to have a very healthy debate with either one of them. And I will certainly outperform Ken or John under those circumstances. That's why I'm here. This is why I got in the race, because I'm already outperforming.
All right. He thought he could outperform both Jasmine Crockett and Talerico, and it looks like you ain't even outperformed your own Republican opposition. So, it's hilarious to me. You didn't want to be black. You didn't want to run as a black man. Shout out to our brother Trey Messiah in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. As well as Surgeon King in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Yeah, you didn't want to run as a black man, and because of that, you ended up talking about a lot of things that, people in your region who namely are black, they wasn't really rocking with. And then they wasn't really rocking with you because of the fact that you kept saying you wasn't running as a black man. So that means that you not running in order to help anybody in your region who is black. You want to be flat when it comes to the region. And the fact of the matter is, none of these other politicians do that. You don't see the Nabisco politicians getting up and talking like, well, we're just going to do flat policies, this, that, and the third. This will help everybody. And even if they do say that, when you look into the goddamn fine print, who is it helping the most? People within their constituency. So I don't know why you people don't understand that you just can't come to Foundational Black Americans with nothing and say that I'm doing this just on the strength of being a Texan. I'm doing this just on the strength of being American, because America has shown itself to be against Foundational Black Americans policy-wise and otherwise. So when you come to us and say, yeah, I'm not going to bring you any policy because I'm running as an American, not as a black man, what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? Let's go here, family. This is what he was saying when he got with Stephen A. Smith.
How do you, as a conservative who happens to be black, answer such cynicism coming from the other side when they say things like that?
Well, it's very simple, brother. We live in an era where there are no more slaves and there are no more slave owners. You see, I live in an era of today. My great-great-grandfather was born on a plantation. His name was Silas Crawford. He was born on Rosedown Plantation about 30 miles north of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 3 of his great-great-grandchildren went to West Point. 3 of his great-great-grandchildren served in the military. At one point, my brother, sister, and I were all deployed in Baghdad at the same time for 2 months. We had a praying mother and a praying community. One of his great-great-grandchildren, me, is running for the United States Senate and is surging in the polls against, last I checked, 2 white guys, because nobody really cares about what I look like. They care about my service to this nation and who I am as a human being. And let me tell you something, brother, I've done all of this as a conservative. The most racist thing that I've kind of seen over the course of the past few years is this, though. It is the insinuation.
So my brother Trey, I hope that answered your question right there. You know, he did all this as a conservative.
That black people are too stupid to get an ID to vote. You have to have an ID for everything. And Republicans aren't looking at black people or white people or Asian people or Hispanic people. Not at all. They are saying if you're an American and you are competent, you can figure out how to have a cell phone and an apartment and buy groceries and buy liquor and get on airplanes, buy anything else. I don't care what you look like. You could be on United, you could be on Spirit, you could be on American. At the end of the day, everybody has to have an ID. That has nothing to do with race. You see, that is the Republican Party that I am currently coming up in right now in this phase. This ain't about the color of your skin. It's about, are you an American and do you bleed red or not?
All right. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about, are you an American and do you bleed red or not? Even though we know the history of this country has never been about whether you are an American, they tried to make it appear that we are not American. And it's not about whether or not your blood is red or not, because they shed our blood all the time and they know it's red. But people such as yourself, you're the bootleg for them to make them seem, and you're giving them cover as if they're not anti-black by doing such things. And you act as if it doesn't exist, that they completely try to make Black Americans not feel like Black Americans. I just did, for the members, y'all just seen it, I just released a new video to the members the other day where you had that James Fishback guy sitting down with two white nationalists discussing whether foundational Black Americans are truly and really Americans to begin with. And these are people that support your party. So do you think that it's just about being American? Do you think it's just about having the same red blood? If you do, that's why you lost. Because you refuse to deal with what is. You are over here dealing with what you create is going on, but what is going on is totally different from what you're actually living in this world. Oh yeah, hey, we're going to get there too, my sister. We're going to get there. You're absolutely correct. So let's get there, shall we? Let's get over to his recession speech. Oh, just so y'all know, that is his wife right there. That's why I feel he isn't running as a black man. That's why America don't give a damn about your color. It's about whether you are an American or not, whether you bleed red or not, because standing by you is somebody who is not somebody from your community. Oh, I get it. And it's funny how people from her community, the people you were pandering to so deeply, didn't go out there to support you in the way that you were trying to support them. Interesting, ain't it? Yeah, the new normal is just delectable. It is chef's kiss. Let's go.
Y'all hear me okay? First of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this day. I want to thank you for us being blessed to live in the greatest country in the world. I want to thank him for a process that allows us to pick our leaders and do it in a way that is fair, that is reasonable, and puts the hands in we the people. And we the people, the people of Texas, have spoken. Unfortunately, that person is not me.
Yeah, it's not you. And you know why it's not you? Because you didn't really look at the chessboard. You looked down at the chessboard, and for some reason, you saw Chinese checkers. You looked down at the chessboard, and for some reason, you thought you were playing Chutes and Ladders. You looked down at the chessboard, and for some reason, you was playing Candyland. Because you couldn't understand the game in which you were playing, you lost. But let's continue.
But that's okay, because I always win, because I'm a believer in Christ.
Number one, you didn't win right now, so you can't say you always win. We just saw you lose. We just saw you lose, Timu Bobby Lashley. And number two, I can't speak to your relationship with the Most High or Christ or whatever your religious beliefs are. I can't speak to that, and I will not speak to that because I'm not that kind of person, you know. But what I will say is, yeah, let that be done in which the Most High allows. If it's thy will, let it be done, so it must not have been thy will. Okay, all right. Shout out to our good brother Reef is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. As always, good family, and our brother Curtis Price in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. And let me give a B1 salute to our sister, the ears that hears the truth. Thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister. Let's let them continue.
I want to thank my wonderful team that worked tirelessly as we traveled all over this massive state. Texas is a big state, as I have found out.
As you have found out, are you not from Texas? I'm confused. Are you not from Texas, Wesley? Because I'm not from Texas, and I realized, I've told this story before, I've realized how big Texas was the first time I had to drive to Texas. And that's because I was driving from California. So not only did I drive through, Arizona, New Mexico, and have to drive through from West Texas to East Texas, that showed me how large it was. But only living here only 6 years, I'm able to tell you how spaced out Texas is. I can tell you that it's going to take you a while to get from southern or South Texas to northern Texas, and from northern Texas to eastern Texas, and from eastern Texas to western Texas. Hell, even in Houston, North Houston from South Houston is huge. From West Houston to East Houston is huge. So you're telling me you didn't know that? And you was trying to run to be the senator? You tried to run to be the senator? Very interesting, very interesting. Let us continue, shall we?
For the people that I have met along the way, the smiles that I have seen, the inspiration that they have given me is something I will keep with me for my entire life. And my team that traveled all over the state with me, hung in there, made all the phone calls, made all the pit stops, bought all the Celsiuses. Thank you all so much. What an experience. And again, I will forever be indebted for your sacrifices to this team and to this effort. Thank you all so much. I also want to thank my family. I want to thank my parents, my mother, my father, my sister, Dahanya, who's my hero. Sister sitting right there. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for watching the kiddos. And as a combat veteran and somebody that's been deployed multiple times, when I first got to this endeavor, I told my wife, well, honey, we weren't around when I was deployed, but for the next 2 months, I'm going to be deployed. Gone a lot, traveled a lot, but I want to thank my parents and my support system, my brother who's not here as well. And I want to thank everybody who was here. I want to thank all of my supporters. For without you, I would never have had the opportunity of a lifetime to even attempt to become a future United States Senator of Texas. Thank you all so much for your treasure, for your time, for your support, for your emails, for your text messages. You all have been an inspiration to me, and I can.
Now, real spill. I don't know if I can agree with that. I haven't been in a lot of other places with the road infrastructure, really paying attention to it. But I can tell you this: Texas roads out here are confusing as hell, especially the roundabouts. Do you know when I first came out here, I got looped like 3 times off of a roundabout? Yeah, man. You might be correct with the infrastructure in itself, but I'm like, the way they laid this down out here is kind of, woo. Maybe it's just overwhelming for me because I come from California, where we're mostly, especially my area, LA, we're mostly in deadlock traffic. So I don't, what I mean? But it's in Texas, like I said, those roundabouts, that's a mother lover. I'm just saying. But you may be correct. You may be correct. Shout out to you for your comment, family. And shout out to our good brother Bernice Brass in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here as always, family. Let's continue.
I assure you, I will never forget it. And it inspires me to do more for the future. Thank you so much.
I hope you never forget how you lost. I hope you do a very sincere audit on your campaign and why you wasn't able to make it over the threshold. These are just the primaries. You thought that you could be the person to beat both Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico, and you had no issue saying so. But you couldn't even make it out your primary, sir. So I would say to you, you need to get your head reshaped because it looked like you can't fit a hat whatsoever. But I'm also going to say to you, I hope that you take a very serious audit of your campaign before you run again. Maybe you won't make the same mistakes that you made this time around. Maybe you realize that you are a black man in America, and that does mean something. Whether good or whether bad, it does mean something. And people ain't out here looking for you to make your campaign blackity black. But if you can't even acknowledge the fact that you are a black man in America and the history of this damn country, then who the hell would want you to be in a Senate seat making decisions? Who the hell would want to give you any type of inkling of power? Maybe your Karen will say something to you that will give you that nigga wake-up call to make you understand how deep this goes. Shout out to our sister, Hurricane Nisi. She said, now, church, how about he just give up running in politics? I'm just saying, hey, I'm with you there. I'm with you 100% full. I would rather all these people fade away to obscurity. I would. But the fact of the matter is, he's still a tool of them people. And I wouldn't be surprised if you get more and more people wanting to hire him, because he ain't concede in a way where he was bitter. No, he conceded like one of those typical tap dancing Negroes. He conceded like Steven from the Django. Oh, I'm so happy. And I'm look, and I know, because God got me. I'm a believer in Christ. So I know this isn't over for me. I don't have any misconceptions about them letting this man die off until he really bites their hand. Now, would I like to see him disappear? Absolutely. I absolutely would. But at this point in time, they're going to find another position for him. They're definitely going to find another position for him, whether it be on Fox News, whether it's on any other conservative platform. They're going to find a place for him because they can still use him as a useful tool at this point in time. You know, they still going to need people to support their candidates. So, of course, they're going to use their tools, especially those who aren't bitter about losing, to go in there and endorse the next person that they actually do want there. And that's where he's still useful. But shout out to our sister for that comment. Tracy, damn it, Becky, I told you to season the damn chicken. She should have put some seasoning on your goddamn campaign. Maybe you would have won something. Well, then again, it is Becky seasoning it, so yeah, maybe not. I'm just saying, let's continue.
Standing here with my beautiful bride, Emily. Thank you very much. Where's Willie? Where's little Willie? Where's Willie? Say hi, Willie. Hey, buddy. Where's Victoria?
Hey, just a rule of law. As a man, you shouldn't be holding a microphone saying hi, Willie. I'm just saying. That sounded wild as hell. It sounded wild as hell.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
But continue.
Hey, V, with Ollie, with Olivia. Hey, Ollie. That's why I do it. I do it for them. I do it for them. I do it for them. I do it for your children. I do it for your grandchildren. That's the whole point of this endeavor. And I can assure you that with their love, and I know it won't be easy, maybe for the next few nights for us, but we've been here before. We always stick together and band together as a family. The Lord has blessed us, and the Lord will continue to bless us. And I will say this. This will not be the last time you see my name on a ballot. I can assure you. We've learned some valuable lessons, have some valuable knowledge. But the one thing I'm going to travel around is that there is certainly a thirst for young leadership. Young leadership. Thank you. To step into the fray, to lead the future of this great nation. It is looking like Ken and John are headed to the runoff. I wish them both the best of luck. I really do. Clearly, the people of Texas have chosen them. And I listen and I obey the people that I work for. So at the end of the day, I wish them the best of luck in this runoff. And then whoever chooses or whoever the people choose to go to the general election, they will have my undying support on top of that, because we have got to keep Texas red. This has been the honor of a lifetime. It's been something I will always cherish for the rest of my life. I will never forget this state. It's where I was born. It's where I was born and raised. It's where I dragged my wife from Iowa to be here with me.
So you were born and raised in Texas. You were born and raised in Texas. But you didn't know how big Texas was. That's crazy. Shout out to our sister Aquarius, because this was my next point. He says, I obey the people I work for. And quite literally, who does he work for? He's trying to make it seem like he's talking about the people. He's not talking about the people. He's not speaking about the people of his constituency group, because his constituents got some black folks in there. His constituents have some Nabiscos in there. His constituents have some Mexicans in there. And we already know that he ain't talking about us, because he said that he's not talking about us. And we know he's not talking about the goddamn Hispanics and the Mexicans, because the Hispanics and the Mexicans, for the most part, the Republican Party don't really target like that. Because, you know, illegal immigration, things like that, they talk against a lot of that stuff there. So who is he speaking to when he says, I obey the people I work for? He is out here quite literally speaking about how he obeys the Nabisco. He's quite literally speaking about how he obeys the Republican Party as a whole. This is what he's saying. Exactly. His Stephen A. Smith moment. You know, when Stephen said, I wake up every morning trying to figure out how I can make my bosses more money. This is exactly what this is. Let's continue.
Today, my 3 children are born here. I'm going to die here. And I can assure you that I'm going to leave it better than I found it. May God bless you. God bless the United States, and God bless the great state of Texas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to our sister Angelic. I agree with you. What a goofball. Or as our brother Massa Musa would say, a straight up meatball. A straight up meatball. This is what he had to say. God bless Texas. God bless the United States of America, and may God continue to protect our president. Things didn't go our way last night, but that's all right, because with Jesus Christ, you know that breakdancing Mexican, every time this man says Jesus Christ, that's who I think back to. We love you, Christ! Jesus Christ! That's what every time he says with Jesus Christ, that's who I think of. But I digress. Because with Jesus Christ at the center of our lives, and with millions of Texans who still believe in faith, family, and freedom, I know the future is bright. This was a spirited campaign, and I wouldn't have done it any other way. So that means the next time you're going to lose again if you choose to run. That means that you would do nothing different. You would not audit your campaign. That means you're not a very smart man. That means you're a very idiotic individual if you refuse to audit your prior campaign to see whether or not you did something that was off-putting, or whether or not you said something that was off-putting. Could you have done something different? Could you have moved differently? Could you have brought a different policy to the board? If you refuse to audit yourself, then God dang it, you're going to continuously be a loser, sir. All the greats audit their performances. So whether it is Michael Jackson auditing his performances to make sure, oh, I could have done that spin better. I could have kicked that foot higher. I could have snapped that finger harder. Or basketball, I could have took this shot a different way. Football, I could have took it a different route. Every great. Boxing, I could have bobbed and weaved quicker here. I could have swung that left arm a bit quicker than the right hand that time. Any of the greats are going to take time to audit their performance. So if you're refusing to audit your performance, let me tell you right here and right now, Mr. Hunt, you will not win anything, because you'll continuously do the same thing over and over, which will make you a what? Loser over and over and over again. Shout out to our brother Cool Keezy in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. As always, my good brother, it's always good to see you. Now, let's continue. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life to spend these past months traveling across the great state, meeting new friends, hearing your stories, and building relationships that I pray will last a lifetime. Emily and I are deeply grateful. Her name is Emily. You can't make this up. God dang. God dang. His wife's name is Emily. Anyway, I digress. Let me continue. Let's go. But the thing I'm most grateful for today is getting to go home to my family. Really? Okay, good. That means we should never see you again. You should fade into the darkness. You should enjoy your not having to be a representative or being a senator. You should be able to sit at home with your family 24 hours a day and not care about what's going on in politics, since you're so happy to go home to your family. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. You should be happy to go home to your family. Any person who has a family should be happy to go home to their family. But when you say that as if your goal was not becoming the senator, oh yeah, you're being totally disingenuous, because if you were just so willing to be with your family, you wouldn't have ran in the first place. I mean, this is simple math. 1 + 1 = 2. And if you're using metaphysics, then 1 + 1 = 3, because of space in between, and there's energy there, so there's still space to move. But when you're not using metaphysics, and when you're not using just general fucking math, excuse my French, you're not going to soak up what's really happening to you. Shout out to Zoo Tours. Some people just get tired of their families. Hey, I understand that too. But my point is this. Usually when someone says that, they're trying to lighten the blow of losing. Well, I'm not too mad that I lost, because now I can go home and spend time with my family. If spending time with your family was your priority, you wouldn't have been running. I'm just saying. If spending time with your family is important, then you would not have been running, because you understand, especially because you already worked within the American government, you understand how time consuming campaigning is. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. These Negroes will never learn. He thought having a Becky on his arm would help him win. Nah, that pissed them off even further, seeing that Becky on his arm. This is what I'm saying. These folks do not grasp the Black American experience. Even if you're not foundational Black American, all you have to do is listen to and understand the experience to know that you're not going to be liked too much. That they don't really rock with you. No, they don't rock with you, especially if you got a Becky on your arm. They hate you the most when you got a Becky on your arm. You think that you're going to become safe by getting a Becky, and that is nonsense. In the words of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, when she spoke on this, when she was speaking about how Black men will go off to a Harvard or go off to an Ivy League college and get him a Nabisco and think that he has made it. That is a psychosis, because at the end of the day, you living in that psychosis will not stop the anti-Black racism from attacking you. Rest in power to our dear sister Queen. So much game. So yeah, that Becky on his arm, that probably was a hindrance to him overall. But thank you for that comment, my sister Queen. As always, let's continue, shall we? Where do we go here? But the thing I'm most grateful for today is getting to go home to my family, to hug my children again, to plant a big kiss on little Willie. Oh, no, you did not say that. You did not say that, sir.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
We can't keep doing this shit, man.
Get your man.
All right.
Family, did this man just say that? The man did not just say that. To plant a big kiss on little Willie. He could have said, you know, to plant a big kiss on my son, my wife. You know, this man quite literally worded that the way he worded it on purpose. That is crazy. To plant a big kiss on little Willie, Victoria, and Olivia. And to once again focus on being a father and continuing to serve the people of our district, the greatest district in the county, in the country. To everyone who placed their faith in me and cast a vote for Wesley Hunt, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You will never know how much your support meant to me and my family. What comes next is in God's hands. Well, God has already chosen what comes next. You go home. You go home, Wesley. But I am proud of the race we ran. And I'm proud of the way we ran it. Positive, uplifting, and focused on the future. Okay. And how did that translate into votes, sir? What you called positive, did that give you positive results? What you call uplifting, did that uplift your results? What you call focused on the future, did it give you that job that you foresaw having in the future? Because that is who I am. And that's who we are as Texans. The man who didn't know how big Texas was. Okay, I digress. Until we meet again, this is Wesley Hunt saying, God bless you and God bless Texas. And family, he put up his, his picture right here. Oh, man. All right. Look, Wesley, I'm going to give you one thing. This is what I will give to Wesley Hunt. And no, it's not going to be Little Willie. Pause. You know, you've already made your bed with that one. I will give this to Wesley, though. At least he came out and did his concession speech. At least he did it with some sort of integrity. Because the next few people we're going to talk about here, yeah, they didn't really bow out so gracefully. B1 salute and shout out to our good brother Legit Hustle in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Let's go here. Before we do, I would like to give a B1 salute to our good brother, Black Truth United, for everything that he's done with the B1 Rolodex and all the work that he's doing in the background. And I want the family to pray for our good brother to make sure everything is good with our good brother. I know he got some things in the background that he's handling, which is kind of force him to step away from his channel a little bit. So I want to make sure everybody's sending their love out to our good brother, Black Truth United. Let's go.
They say doing the same thing over and over.
Whoops, my bad. Let's go here.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
My infatuation with a Black man's beard started in my childhood. Apparently, my father kept his beard solely at my request. I loved playing in it as a little girl. He looked so manly to little tiny me. So my love for a black man's beard isn't a fad. It's always been in me. The seed for this love offering was planted long ago inside of a little black girl who loves her daddy. Infused in this beard growth, spray and oil is love, admiration, appreciation, and God's herbs to foster growth, healing, and a touch of softness to the strongest, most powerful men on the planet. Love Bruck, evenmelanin.com.
A B1 salute to our brother Black Truth United, our sister Brooke, our brother Greg Marcel Dixon. Shout out to each and every one of them, all our brothers and sisters who hold it down for our family. Now, let's get to the next one, shall we, family? Who else went out there and lost? Oh yeah. The Colombian drug lord, Valentina Gomez. Oh, Valentina, you mean burning the Quran didn't favor in the Nabisco's? God dang, didn't put you in the Nabisco's favor? Oh God, oh gosh. Are you telling me that all the bootlick that you were doing did not get you the Nabisco's favor? All the antics didn't get you in the Nabisco's favor? Oh yeah, we're going to go through some of these things. Shout out to our good brother Cool Keezy. Thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother, for both donations, my good brother. Much love to you, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Let's go here. This was her first antic. I don't want to say her first antic, but one of her first antics.
Your daughters will be raped and your sons beheaded unless we stop Islam once and for all. We're done turning the other cheek. Remember, David didn't pray for Goliath. He killed them. America is a Christian nation, so those terrorist Muslims can fuck off to any of the 57 Muslim nations. There is only one true God, and that is the God of Israel.
Okay, my brothers are drank up. Did everything but came up. Stab my back, I came front. Still we win, we prayed up.
Oh, so you're telling me that this performative nonsense didn't get you any votes? This wasn't something that the Nabisco looked at and said, yeah, I want to put her in as my representative. Say it ain't so, Valentina. Say it ain't so. Yes, Miss Niecy, Hurricane. Gumby Gomez here. Goofy Gumby Gomez. Shout out to Christian Wright in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family, all day, as well as our good brother Noah Randall in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Shout out to Photo 187 in the building. Much love to you, as well as Michael in the building. Much love to you, Mr. Davis, and thank you for being here. Now, Valentina, you mean talking about reparations didn't get you over the mountaintop? You mean telling foundational Black Americans, the people who built the country, to leave the country didn't get you in the favor of the Nabisco? No? You telling me that your coked out interviews on Piers Morgan didn't get you over?
Without descending into such vile hatred towards an entire religion. And there are 5 million Muslims in the United States. Why would you want to categorize them in such a grotesque manner?
Oh, and those 5 million Muslims should definitely go back to their 56 Muslim nations. And let's get something very clear right now in your little show, Piers. I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Let me bring in...
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
No.
I mean, just we should be clear about the fact. I mean, sure, Valentina is just a bigot, plain and simple, engages in the worst kinds of bigotry imaginable. But it's worth noting that she's fundamentally un-American because the American Constitution says that you cannot discriminate against people based on religion. That is pretty clear. And so she's engaging in an anti-American campaign in the name of protecting America, which is just irony beyond imagination. So yes, she's a charlatan. She doesn't know what she's talking about. You can tell by looking at her that her IQ hovers around room temperature. To me, the real scandal is not engaging with her directly because she's beneath taking seriously. But the problem is with the GOP that you have a major party in this country having a candidate running under its flagship, engaging in this kind of really incredibly hateful, incendiary rhetoric, and they do nothing about it. We've seen it with the dissent with Donald Trump himself, with the lawlessness that he has brought to the table and the corruption that he's allowed to get away with without the party really standing up and putting country before party and before president. And you can see that slippery slope now leading to this level where you have just a complete hateful clown like this person representing that party without the party objecting to it.
Yeah, you know what? I actually completely,
All right.
I completely agree with you. There are perfectly legitimate.
No, Piers. And
well, I actually do agree with you. I think your brazen bigotry is obvious.
Let's make something very clear, Piers. I only discriminate against terrorists. These terrorists have no place in America. They have no place in the world. And the best type of terrorist is a dead terrorist. And let's look at your Quran. Your Quran, 8-12 states to terrorize and behead those who believe in scriptures other than the Quran. And that Afghani, that dirty Muslim that killed Sarah Beck.
It doesn't actually say that. And this is the problem.
All
right, let me bring in Kassim Rashid. Welcome to Uncensored. If you'd like to say what you want to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I co-sign everything Omar said there. And I think fundamentally this is where we are as a country, where rather than talking about real serious issues, we have these firebrands. I think she ran in Missouri, got 7%, moved to Texas to try to lose there as well. Look,
so all this performative nonsense did not play out well for you. You know, I'm not going to play it here, but Kid Gravity played it yesterday on his broadcast. Shout out to him. Where Valentina and her brother was basically banned from a hotel for doing whatever the hell they were doing. But Gomez was treated like a straight up like civilian. Like Popo didn't give a damn about her, didn't give a damn what she had to say. They was telling her to step F to the side and all this other stuff. Hey, don't tell me how to do my job type stuff. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like nobody really rocks with Valentina or care to. It got to the point where Valentina was online saying that, you know, they took her name off of the goddamn ticket. Let's go here, family.
Who wants a little bit of good news? Everybody remember Valentina Gomez? Well, old Valentina keeps fucking around and finding out because first they took her right to vote, and now, wait for it.
On the Epstein files are sealing my election on the first day of early voting by removing my name on the electronic voting machines, and I have proof. Yeah. Oh my God, I think they actually took me out. One of them like actually beat Joe Carter.
Oh, what happened, Valentina? Did you mean for the Republicans to take everybody else's right to vote and everybody else's right to run for public office? And I'm telling you right now, I am predicting within weeks, ICE is going to be at her doorstep because there is no way they're going to leave her running around and acting that way. And the leopards are eating her face again. All right, who wants a little?
Damn, Valentina. Brad is out here telling you that once again, you're finding out what Nabiscos knew all along. Oh, yeah. Shout out to our sister Aquarius on this one. They break their tools when they're done with it. You're absolutely correct. And they're finding out piece by piece who is the tool. The same people we've been out here telling everybody these people are tools of white supremacy are now everybody else are looking at them and find themselves watching these tools get broken right in their faces. And they're looking at us and we're like, we told you so. We told you so. What the hell do you want from me? Yes. This is a time to be had. Shout out to our brother William in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my good brother. Much love to you. Let's go here. And Cool Keezy, yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Ain't no way in the world coffee is doing all that to you. Nah. Those nostrils has been opened up wide. I see deviated septums in your future, Valentina. I'm just saying. Shout out to Only Us in the building as well, my good brother. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Let's go here, family, because Valentina has some things to say. When I said that Wesley Hunt actually, had a little integrity in the way he conceded. Well, Valentina did not. This is what she had to say. Congrats to the Muslims, the PDFs, and the Epstein files, and the corrupt politicians. Excuse me. Texas chose an 84-year-old to represent them. And what does that say about you? What does that say about you, Valentina? Miss Gomez? What does that say about you? Now you can come and take it. Who is she speaking to? By saying you can come and take it, she talking about the Muslims, the PDFs, and the Epstein file, or the corrupt politicians? Or is she talking about all three? Damn, just because you lost, you want to give it up, give the state up to these people? That shows that you're really not for America at all. Okay. Texas, get ready for public prayers. Well, no, because another thing that passed that, I'm very happy about, Prop 10 passed here in Texas, which means there will be no Sharia law going on in Texas whatsoever. Just so y'all know, Prop 10 passed in Texas, there will be no Sharia law. So the first thing she said, struck the hell out. Sharia schools in cities, nope, wrong on that too, struck the hell out. Are soldiers getting sacrificed? By whom? If you're not talking about the war at this point in time, if you're talking about specifically in Texas, I don't know what the hell you could be talking about. Yes, Zoo, they seriously proposed Sharia law. They thought they were going to do us over here like they did over there in the UK. And we shut it down. We shut it down with the quickness. And more terrorist attacks. Some people wake up only after their sons get murdered and their daughters get raped. Really, Valentina? Thank you for those that believed in me. Texas is not ready for change. So, didn't she come from Maryland or something like that? So that's 2 states that's turned you away. That is 2 states that isn't ready for a bigot, coke-sniffing, mush-mouth cartoon character from Colombia. You too, right? Sounds pretty threatening to me. Hey, I'm with you right there. That's what I'm like, God dang it, the way she's speaking, she ain't talking like somebody who's proud to be an American, where at least she knows she's free. Our sister Aquarius said, I don't know a church and I live in Maryland. It might not have been Maryland. I do remember, I can't remember the exact state that she was running in where she lost before, but she lost there. Then she came to Texas thinking she was going to win here because it's less liberal here. I mean, and she still lost. Excuse me, let me. She still lost. But it is what it is. Shout out to FBA chosen by God in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Her brother's in Maryland? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Was it Missouri? I just know that it was another state. I can't remember which one it is exactly off the top of my dome, but I do remember she lost in 2 states now. So this is the dual L on her part. She's taking back-to-back L's. Shout out to our sister FBA Queen. Now, she had something else to say as well. Bam! I have video evidence that my election has been rigged to benefit 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. If I publish this video, they will send me to prison because it involves the voting machines. Was that the same video that you already put online that we just watched where you were sitting there talking to them about you not being on there? Because if that's the video, you should already be in jail, Valentina. You should already be in jail. I will share the evidence only if, at Real Donald Trump, Susie Wiles, Sec Rubio, and Elon Musk can guarantee immunity. What immunity can Elon Musk guarantee to you, you dumb little trash whore? What type of immunity are you expecting Elon Musk to give your trash panda looking ass in the first place? I just need to know. Let me ask you this question, Valentina. Are you looking for Elon Musk to give you immunity with your coke problem because he has, that ketamine issue? Are you looking for him to give you immunity into the parties that he attend so that you can participate within all the drugs or whatever the hell is going on? Elon Musk is not in politics, even though he tried his hardest to be. Elon Musk is not a representative. He is not a senator. He is not the president. And what kind of immunity are you looking for when it comes to these elections, when these are state elections? So wouldn't you want to go through the governor to get immunity? Like I said, these people are so unserious. All of these elections are rigged at Laura Loomer. She tagged Laura Loomer, a former Democrat, someone who just recently switched over. She's over here tagging her like that's her good friend, don't you know? I'm too amused. You can't make this up whatsoever. Shout out to Zoo. Getting immunity from Elon Musk is like literally getting immunity from Justin Bieber. I don't know, man. Justin Bieber might be able to get you more immunity than Elon Musk at this point. I'm just saying. Immunity to what? That's a question that can be asked and answered. But god dang it, if I had to choose between Elon Musk and Justin Bieber, you know what I'm saying, to speak on my behalf, I don't think I'll be going with Elon. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll roll the dice with Justin like, hey, you remember everything Usher taught you, nigga. And you get out there and you represent. Don't you hear me? Don't you know? Family, these folks, like I said, are 100% way too unserious. So I want to go here. Let me go here. Let me pull this down for a second because I want Valentina to talk or hear at least from her own folk. I just want you to understand that it ain't got nothing to do with us. Your loss is your loss. Let's go here, shall we? Let's go on here.
You know how bad you have to be for Texas to say, no, we cannot identify with you. We cannot support you. What are you going to do now? Because Latinos, you betrayed us, so we're not going to claim you ever. The MAGA king skipped you and endorsed a white guy. Without his endorsement, you don't have a chance. And you've done the impossible to fit in into a piece, a white base that you don't have. See, how sad is it that you went against your own, thinking that surely the whites are going to support me? After all, I'm being racist against everybody else, ignoring the fact that you yourself are brown. I hate to break it to you, but you're not white, and you will never be white. How does it feel to betray your own and the people that you went after to kiss their ass until your nostrils were full of shit? They don't want you. You know how bad you have.
Woo, family. To that, all I can say at this point in time. Damn! She said until you was kissing ass until your nostrils was full of shit. That is crazy work. Crazy work, family. But I do got to say this too, because she said you went against your own community to try to cater to these Nabiscos, but your own community went against your own community as well. Your own community continues to go against your own community because your community believes that you're in proximity to whiteness. So you can't just be mad at Valentina, little Hispanic lady. Let's be very clear. You got to be mad at all of y'all because you all are fighting against each other. You know, your segment that I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. You got to talk to them too. You can't just, get at Valentina. But I digress. Now that we're done with Valentina Gomez here, the Valentina Gomez, let's go to. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We got to talk about your favorite homegirl.
Brain fried, scrambled like eggs in a skillet. Ooh. Thoughts running loose. Ooh. Can't even pin it. Ooh. Opinion spilling. Nonsense offended. Logic took a vacation. She ain't in it. Ooh. Caught in the fog. Lost in the static. Ideas chaotic. Vibes erratic. Speeches gymnastics. Flips acrobatic. Words land hard, awkward, and tragic. Ooh. Dumber than a box of Crockett. Lost keys, no pockets. Talking loud, no logic. Every thought catastrophic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Every move out of pocket.
Yeah, family, it's time to talk about your girl Jasmine Crockett. We got to do it. We got to do it. I said it. I think it was last broadcast I said it. When she was out there trying to garner votes, Houston, and she was there with Ron Reynolds, excuse me. And I said to Ron Reynolds and her the same thing that I said to Ron Reynolds, Sheila Jackson Lee, Kristen Clark, Senator Barnes, the same thing that I told all them in person. If you don't do for the Black community, if you don't bring us policy, you will lose. And of course, family, we all know Jasmine Crockett, Timu wig wearing. Thank you for that, my sister FPA queen, the Timu wig queen, has lost. Just like I said, she would lose. Just like I said, the Democratic Party would lose. Now, I want to play this clip because they were anticipating the loss. And they were trying to go out and make people feel like, oh, Jasmine's being treated like Kamala. This is the same way they were talking about Kamala. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets the same results as Kamala. This dude down here is a half a tether. And I say he's a half a tether because this is the same dude that puts himself out there every chance that he gets to try to defend other minority groups, or not even other minority groups, other black groups around the globe, because of the fact that he is I think he's part Haitian or something like that. So he come out straggling the fence. He'll come out talking like he's defending foundational Black Americans. Then he comes out talking against foundational Black Americans. He's a half a tether. I just want y'all to know that. All right. Now, this is what he had to say about Jasmine Crockett and Kamala before the votes were tallied.
Ground everything they do in anti-blackness. And I knew that was true when Auntie Kamala Harris was running, and
Auntie Kamala, screenshot that. He's out here calling her Auntie Kamala. Let's run it
Most
back.
of the online leftists ground everything they do in anti-blackness. And I knew that was true when Auntie Kamala Harris was running, and they tried to promote Jill Stein, who has had zero experience as a politician. It plays into the idea that Black people have to be 50 times as qualified in order for you to respect them. However, this woman has run for president several times, and every time she loses, she disappears. Gone like the wind. And nobody asks where Jill Stein is, but they will continue to ask where Kamala Harris is. And now the same thing is happening for Jasmine Crockett. They are overly critical of everything Jasmine Crockett says and does as a Black woman, and even go as far as to say that a lot of what she's doing is to play into her cards as a Black woman, which is weird because she doesn't need to play into anything because she's literally a Black woman. But you never hear them being critical of Tallarico, her opponent. No one is asked to see his voting records. No one is questioning what he supports and why he supports it. Nobody is picking apart every word that he says at any point. And the thing is, they're not saying anything about him at all. And that's intentional because they want to make sure that all of the negative press that they push online is about the Black woman. They went as far as to go through her voting record with a fine-tooth comb and then misrepresent what she said and what she voted for. And we'll keep pushing Black people by saying, I need y'all to think. Y'all forget so easily. Y'all don't have any sense. It's like, it's all the same game every time, but it's all anti-Blackness. Most of the online leftists.
So, like I said, they were already preparing for people to know that she was losing. She was going to lose. I was over here showing you the damn numbers. She ain't been up like that in the little bit of time that she was up over Tallarico. That was less than a day. Less than a damn day. But like I said, they were preparing for this. Shout out to Black Rose in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And I got to highlight your comment because that is important as well. 63 members of the CBC and only 10 are FBA. The reason they do not support or defend foundational Black American vote, them all out in 2026. Shout out to you, Black Rose. Much love to you for that. And you are absolutely goddamn correct. 10 goddamn foundational Black Americans out of 6, out of all of the people in the Congressional Black Caucus, 63 members. Out of the 63 members, there's only 10 foundational Black Americans. Yeah, all the FBA representatives within the CBC needs to leave and start a whole new caucus. Let that caucus die. Let that caucus die. They can go and join their Caribbean caucuses. They can go and join their African caucus. They do not need to have a Congressional Black Caucus when there is no Congressional Black representatives in there. And the very few that are in there is very few. 53 members are Caribbean African. 53. How can anything get done for us? Nothing can get done for us. So yeah, that stuff that Roland Martin was running around here talking about, they can wipe out X amount of seats in the Congressional Black Caucus. Let them do it, damn it. Let them do it. I want all 53 seats gone. And if those other 10 seats don't speak for foundational Black Americans, they can go too. It is that damn simple. Family, let's get into this Jasmine Crockett shit because, like I said, she lost. She lost. And you know the crazy thing is, she thought Kelly was going to help her.
Right, you guys got to get out there and vote. You know what to do. That's right. We are starting voting on February 17th, and you heard it from the Kelly Rowland. Let's get out. You have a voice, just go use it.
If I need advice on how to look like Hammerhead from Dick Tracy, I will call on Kelly. If I need advice on how to get pushed to the background in a music group, I will call on Kelly. And this isn't me denigrating Kelly at all, because I actually rock with Kelly as a musician. I actually, growing up, I had a thing for Kelly, not freaking Beyonce. Beyonce, I always found to be mediocre looking, but Kelly, I always had an infatuation for Kelly until she came out looking like Hammerhead. Until she came out looking like a Dick Tracy villain, I had a thing for Kelly Rowland. She could do no wrong in my eyes. And then come to find out she could do some wrong because she came out looking like a Dick Tracy villain, and I would have let that go a little bit. But then she continued to promote Kamala. So yeah, you thought she was going to put you over. She didn't. Who else did you think was going to put you over? Hold on. I gotta pull this up too, because for some reason that did not. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's go back here. You thought you could pull Method Man out, and he was going to how high your numbers. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it?
It's good. It's Method Man right here. We keep this message short and brief. Texas, it's time to vote. I need you to go out there and vote for my homie, my peoples, someone I trust. Jasmine Crockett as your next U.S. Senator. She is the leader we know and the fighter we can trust. So make sure you get out there, let your voice be heard.
Nigga, I don't know that woman, and I don't trust that woman. She is not a leader whatsoever, sir. And this is from one Method Man fan directly to Method Man. If I need your advice on anything, I'm going to ask you about creating bridges. I'm going to ask you about patterning bars. I'm going to ask you about acting in movies. I'm not going to ask you about my damn politics because, nigga, you ain't somebody who actually know about politics. You have never been in these spaces. And the only time we see your faces is when someone pay you to come out and give them your endorsement. We don't give a damn about any of that, Meth. So excuse me as I kiss the sky because Jasmine Crockett has got to go bye-bye. Oh, let me say it like you. Excuse me as I kiss the sky because Jasmine Crockett about to go bye-bye. When I did my broadcast, no amount of celebrity will save you. When I did that video, I meant it. And now they're seeing it. Shout out to our sister Anita Harrell in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Misha in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. Thank you for being here, as well as Swizzle's Playhouse in the building. Shout out to my good brother. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Trey Parks is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Nah, family. These folks, they thought by throwing out Kelly Rowland, thought by throwing out Method Man, it'd tip the balance of the scales. What made it even worse? You thought you could bring out Horty B. You thought you can bring out this whore, Horty B. And that would tip the scales. You saw what Horty B did for Kamala. You saw what this infested individual did for the Democratic Party, and yet you still chose to bring out Horty B to give you her endorsement. Let's go.
Listen up, y'all. Early primary voting is happening right now in Texas, and we need Jasmine Crockett to win. She is running for U.S. Senate, and if you want somebody that's going to fight for your right, if you want somebody to fight for your community, if you want somebody that's going to go up there and represent you and represent your issues, please vote for my sister Jasmine Crockett. Because one thing about it, she's going to fight her best. She's going to fight whoever she has to, so your voice and your problems could be heard. Vote right now. This counts so much. Vote right now. Listen up, y'all. Early
She's not all we need to get by. Like sweet and morning dew. I took one look at you and it was plain to see. Get the hell away from me. Shout out to you, Zavon. Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott for that one. Exactly. Tomato. God dang it, tomato. And I want to go here as well. Let's go here real quick.
Breaking news. Rapper Cardi B endorses Representative Jasmine Crockett. Literally, nobody cares. Talking about two of the dumbest individuals outside of AOC on this planet. You have Cardi B, who has absolutely no business whatsoever talking about politics, endorsing a terrible politician. Jasmine Crockett has done absolutely nothing for her district whatsoever. Cardi B couldn't help Kamala Harris get elected. She sure as hell is not going to be able to help someone like Jasmine Crockett get elected. But hey, I mean, these representatives seem to think that these celebrities are the way to people's hearts when it's not. So actually stand up for something, represent something, do something for your district, and maybe you'll get elected into positions of power. However, I don't see Jasmine Crockett getting elected. Just a friendly reminder.
And I have to agree with Karen. Karen came out and said the same thing we've been saying for the longest. Jasmine Crockett, all you got to do is do for your district, do for your people, be willing to stand and represent for your people. But Jasmine Crockett has not been doing that. Jasmine Crockett has been standing for everyone else. But when it comes to the people that could have put her in office and kept her there, she shunned them. She shunned us. She made sure to let the world knows where her focus lies. And so we made sure to make the world understand and see where our focus lies. And it's far away from her. Far, far, far away from her. Exactly, Misha. Just do your damn job. That's all you got to do. Just do your damn job. But because she didn't, she had to rely on the endorsements of people like Kamala. Oh, yeah. She had to definitively count on the endorsements of people who we don't rock with, which in turn had people that we do rock with saying we don't rock with them. We ain't voting for you. Shout out to our good brother Divine from the Freedmen Project for his statement here. Shorty watched Kamala go down in flames. Then said, let me do all the sister girl, empty symbolism, Black and Afro immigrant celebrity endorsements, pro-illegal alien and zero policy specific for Black American voters in my campaign too. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? Nah, Jasmine, it didn't work out for you at all. It just didn't. You know, I gotta make sure. Hold on. Let me pull this down because I gotta pull this next one up. We're definitely gonna have to pull this next one up because you know her number one endorser, her shining endorsement, came from one Negro and one Negro alone. And family, hold on to your popcorn. Too loud, too wrong. Let's go here.
Impossible. Things are happening every day.
So breaking news, Auntie Mala, aka VP Kamala, has endorsed Jasmine Crockett's Senate bid for Texas. And let me stop you negative Nancy before you come in my comment section saying it's impossible for her to win. But let me tell you, impossible things are happening every day. And the polls say Jasmine beats Paxton. The momentum is with Jasmine. The excitement is on her side. And you want to know how I know? Why is it that Greg Abbott is spending millions of dollars in attack ads against Jasmine and not Tallarico? Republicans wouldn't be standing outside of polling places saying shit like this if they weren't shook.
Hey, Collin County Republicans, this is Jeff Leach here. I'm at the Allen Municipal Center. It's almost 7 o'clock. Polls are about to close. Behind me, Jasmine Crockett has brought together 100, maybe 200 local Democrats to meet her here in the heart of Collin County to rally them in advance of the primary election next week. And it just reminded me how important it is for us as Collin County Republicans to come together like never before. All of the great victories that we've achieved together, the protection of life, the safeguarding of the Second Amendment, these people behind me, these people who are here who want to win Collin County and do whatever it takes to turn Texas blue, they would take all of that away in one fell swoop, and we cannot let that happen.
Jasmine has shown time and time again where she stands. She's far from selfish. She's even funneled her own funds to other Democrats in Texas to help them up and down the ballot. In fact, she's the only Democratic Senate candidate doing shit like this. Jasmine collaborates with other Democratic candidates to share her clout in order to shine a light on some candidates we may not even know about. She's a fighter, a team player, and the leader that we all deserve. And not to mention her hair always serves. Well, Kenny, I'm scared that Texas isn't ready. Well, ready or fucking not, here she comes. But there's a
This dude, okay, it's one thing that he's lying already, but to tell a outright blatant lie in the middle of a bigger lie, that is crazy. He said her hair always serves. She got her wig off of Alibaba and he talking about her wigs always serve. Shut up talking to me. Go ahead.
Reason why I chose this intro, because I understand that people like to put limitations on others, but the only limitations that we have is the limitations that we put on ourselves. We can do anything in this world if we have the power to dream and believe, but believing is not enough. You have to put action behind it, and that action is showing up. That means calling your friends, calling your family members, talking to your neighbors, see if they voted yet. Texas is a majority minority state, and at the end of the day, we have the final say. Stop allowing prejudice to make you feel powerless. So believe me when I tell you this, Texas, you can do this. Put the best of us at the top of the ticket, and that person is Jasmine Crockett. Tonight was the last night for early voting in Texas, but good news, you still have Tuesday to vote on election day. So make your plan, bring a friend, and get out and rock it for Jasmine Crockett.
Family, do you feel like that was a shining endorsement? Shout out to our sister Rosemary in the building. Thank you for being here, my sister. It is always a pleasure. Oh boy, cartoon news from the Soup Group. Soup Group. I cannot deal with it. Oh, family, it gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse than this. I have to take the music out of this next clip here. I got to take the music out of this next clip. Give me 1 second. But don't worry, family. I found a suitable replacement. I found a suitable replacement on the music because it's very important that we let little too moist, too wrong here express itself. So let's go here. Let me pull this up here. This is from him finding out that the Latinos endorse Jasmine Crockett. The same people who's responsible. Well, technically, we're responsible for handing her the L. But the Latinos, they're also responsible for handing her L. So this is how he felt. He felt like dancing. So I'm going to go ahead and let him dance. I'm going to let him express himself. Go do it. But I got to change the music. So let's go here. Let me make sure it's muted. All right, boom. There we go. Dance, get your dance on. Get your dance on. Scratch yourself. So you telling me that this didn't get you over, Jasmine? This didn't get you new votes, Jasmine? This didn't get your voter base energized, Jasmine? This didn't do nothing to help your cause, Jasmine? You telling me? Say it ain't so. Say it's not so, Jasmine. You don't say, in the words of my sister Angelic, you don't say. It didn't help you one iota. Okay, so none of the endorsements helped you. You know, and Jasmine, you're quite lucky here today. You're lucky here today because I told Wesley Hunt that he needs to go back and do an audit of his own campaign. But you're lucky here today, Jasmine, because you don't have to worry about doing the audit for your campaign because I'm here to audit it for you. No, I don't have an MBA, but you can just motherfucking pretend I do because God dang it, we're about to make sure you understand all the things that led you to where you are here today, Jasmine Crockett. Let's go here. Former Biden White House advisor concedes. Look, Kamala Harris endorsed Crockett. It didn't work. Let's go.
Kamala Harris endorsed Crockett.
Oh, yeah, he's still back there dancing too. Shout out to Mrs. C. Phillips. All that bug dancing for Nathan. What you call it? Oh, shout out to Uncensored Truth in the building. Immigrant Shuffle. That is amazing. Let's continue.
But Tallarico took that running away.
Yeah, and I think this should be a warning to a lot of folks that if you run as an anti-Trump candidate, you don't run for something within the Democratic Party as an alternative when it comes to policies and issues, you're going to run into problems. Look, Harris endorsed Crockett. It didn't work. I think that this sets her up in a bad position if we're looking for more 2028 talk from her.
And we'll be talking a lot about that in months ahead. Kamala Harris endorsed.
Oh, no, I'm going to slow that down so everybody can hear her clearly. I want everybody to hear what she said is exactly what we've been telling these idiots. And these idiots been wanting to be the most dumbest person in the room. They chose to put their fingers in their ears and say, nanny, nanny, boo, boo. We don't want to hear nothing from you. And now these folks are finding the hell out. If you ain't bringing nothing to us, you're going to lose. In the very same way Kamala did. Let's play it again.
Crockett, but Tallarico took that running away.
Yeah, and I think this should be a warning to a lot of folks that if you run as an anti-Trump candidate, you don't run for something within the Democratic Party as an alternative when it comes to policies and issues, you're going to run into problems. Look, Harris endorsed Crockett. It didn't work. I think that this sets her up in a bad position if we're looking for more 2028 talk from her.
And we'll be talking a lot of.
Yeah, see, moving forward, we won't have the same issues with Barack Obama because everybody already know we don't rock with Barack. We won't have the same issues with the Kamala Harris because everybody know we don't rock with Kamala. We won't have the same issues with any of these folks because this is a new dawn, a new day, and a new life for FBA. And these folks are going to have to do it in the way that we set forth. Let's go here because I want to remind people exactly why she did not get the damn win. She did not get the dub because of the things that she has done, her endorsements, and the things that she has said. So you thought you were going to get the Latino vote when you were saying things like this.
Let me tell you, let me ask you about a quote that you've made that has some Democrats worried about your ability to win statewide. In a December 2024 Vanity Fair profile, you talked about, quote, and I'm going to read a lot of the quote just to put it in the context, quote, all the complexities within the Latino community. The immigration thing has always been something that has perplexed me about this community. It's basically like, I fought to get here, but I left y'all where I left y'all, and I want no more y'all to come here. If I wanted to be with y'all, I would stay with y'all, but I don't want y'all coming to my new home. It almost reminds me of what people would talk about when they would talk about kind of like slave mentality and the hate that some slaves would have for themselves. It's almost like a slave mentality that they have. Now, about the time that that was published last year, around 1 million Latino voters in Texas were voting for Trump. Do they all have slave mentality?
No, and that's not what that said at all. To be clear, it did not say that every Latino has that type of mentality.
No, but slave, the ones that vote for people who believe in strong or Trump's immigration policies.
So I don't believe that the people that voted for Trump believe in what they're actually getting. That is number one. What Trump said is that he was going to kick out the bad guys. And that's what I was talking about. I've been down to the border. I've been down to South Texas. I've campaigned down there. And so I am talking about exactly what was going on when I was down there on behalf of the Beto campaign. In fact, when he was running for governor, I was sent as a surrogate. And I said, talk to me about what is going on. Why is it that they believe that they can win Latinos down here? Like, I don't understand what's happening. And there were people that were saying that they had fought and they had done everything the right way, and that there were bad people that were coming that were doing it the wrong way. And so they were saying, no, we left. And I mean, when you think about people that are leaving asylum, they are leaving areas and situations that they feel like are harmful to them. So yes, they're like, no, I don't want to be in this dangerous situation. And that's what I meant. But at the same time, I knew what Trump meant because Trump had a record. Trump had a record of locking up kids and putting them in cages. So I knew what Trump meant. And so that's why it wasn't making sense to me. And ultimately right now, I just came from a joint hearing that we were having on the Senate side. It's the Senate as well as the House. The first time I've had a joint hearing ever since I have been in the House. And I was listening to Latino American citizens that have been arrested by this regime. Some of those people may have voted for Trump. I don't know. But they agree that what he's doing now is wrong. And it's about right versus wrong and not right versus left. And he sold them a bag of goods. And I knew that that's what he was selling because I knew his record.
All right, Jasmine Crockett, we'll leave it there, but we know you'll come back and answer our questions as you always do.
Yes.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, fresh Senate candidate. Thank you so much.
Sorry, family, my mic was muted. But as you can see, she still don't understand. She didn't understand then, and she probably don't understand now. You sitting here comparing these Latinos to a slave mentality. Number one, these folks and slave mentality has nothing to do with each other. These folks have chosen their sides. Majority of these folks, yeah, they vote Republican. Why? Because when they get to America, they want to be the closest to the Nabisco as they can possibly be. I don't know why you folks just don't get it. But you act as if we're in the wrong for calling out their anti-blackness. You act as if we're in the wrong for calling out, hey, they don't really rock with you like that. We've been your constituents for 60 plus years, and you guys ain't doing nothing for us, but y'all is fighting so gung-ho for a bunch of people that don't rock with you. And now it done got to the point where we don't rock with you, and you're sitting here looking like a fool. Everybody plays a fool. Look at you. Your party did this to you. No. We're going to continue. Let's go here.
Are you aware that the law makes it clear that members of Congress are allowed to enter any detention facility at any point in time in which they choose to?
Yes, I'm aware of the visitation and oversight responsibility, and we work every day to try to accommodate members of Congress while taking into account the safety of those individuals.
Let me be clear. At any time, correct?
Yes, I understand there's litigation in this area.
No, that's not my question. I'm not asking you about litigation. I'm asking you what the law is, because let me put it to you.
There's an appropriations rider that talks about
correct,
oversight.
and appropriations are law, because you are asking us to appropriate dollars right now for DHS, correct?
Correct.
And if we do that, you would take that as law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is what the law states. Yet somehow, myself and another colleague, Congressman Castro, we ended up giving a 7-day notice to the Dilley detention facility because I had actually already gone to El Paso before. And when I went to that facility and I asked them why it was that they were requiring me to do something that specifically my branch of government had dictated was not required, they said it was because of you. They said you were the one that said that they were not allowed to allow us entry unless we gave a 7 days heads up. Is that true?
The law specifically states oversight and visitations, and we are working to
my question
facilitate
is,
those. And we're at that time.
did you give the instruction that members must give a 7 days heads up or not?
We had a policy in place that allowed us to give.
Were you the one that ordered that policy?
I have a responsibility for ensuring everybody in the facility is going to be safe, and that I have.
Okay, no, but that's not my question, because
to
the problem,
conduct a
let
tour
me tell you why we need
at
to
the same time.
reclaim my time. The reason that I'm talking to you about this policy and you're talking to me about safety is because I did go into the Dilley detention facility. And let me tell you, they're not safe. This is why we need to conduct oversight, because your people continue. In fact, you have lost more lives in detention than anybody else. That is your record right now. So I don't expect that y'all are going to be the ones that are going to be best to keep them safe. This is why we are supposed to conduct oversight and not wait for you to give permission. In fact, after I left the Dilley facility, we were informed of a measles outbreak that was taking place in that facility.
Oh, Miss D, I see you. I see you, my sister Queen. And sis has been put in the chat.
Send in the clowns.
And another question I have, are you the one that ordered it to be reopened, because that facility was closed under Joe Biden?
Those facilities were opened with the new administration. I'd have to
Okay,
look
you're
and
part
see
of the
if
new
that was-
administration. Were you the one that ordered it to be open is my question.
I would have to see when it was opened, because I wasn't sworn in until 5 days after.
Okay, well,
it
it was
announced.
reopened in
So I would
March.
have to look at
It was reopened in March of last year.
Well, then I'm sure that contract would have been renewed while I was secretary.
Speaking of contracts, as I have actually, you know what? Let me continue on this line of y'all breaking the law. Are you familiar with a child by the name of Liam Ramos?
I am.
All right, so Liam was at this Dilley facility, and it just so happened that we had put in our 7 days notice, and y'all had grabbed him 6 days prior to our visit. So we were able to go and visit Liam. Are you aware of the court order that came down that released Liam from custody?
I am.
And are you aware that the judge said the case has its genesis in an ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children? This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by proper legal procedures. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I would disagree with the judge on
I'm
several
sure you
points
would,
in
but can you
there.
tell me whether or not
That
you have a law degree?
Father chose to.
Can you tell me whether or not you have a law degree?
If I have what?
A law degree.
No, I do not have a law
Okay,
degree.
and you do understand, because I can go through a bunch of court cases and orders that I disagree with from the Supreme Court, that ultimately that is the order of the court. That is what you follow, and if you have an issue, you appeal it up, correct?
Just so you guys know, because she is talking about orders from the court. In case you guys haven't heard, judges are now being arrested by the DOJ for obstruction of justice. But we're going to talk about that on Sunday. But yes, judges are now being arrested by the DOJ for obstruction. And we're going to get into what stemmed into this on Sunday. So make sure y'all hear. But I just wanted to give you guys that little tidbit while Jasmine is sitting there talking about, you know, I agree with this judge, but I don't agree with the Supreme Courts. The fact of the matter is, judges' opinions aren't law. I can tell you about several opinions that judges have put out. And if you agree with it, then you would be hindering the Black community. Like the one Nabisco that was found raping a woman behind a trash can, raping a young girl. And the judge said that he wasn't going to put him in jail because he didn't want to ruin his future. I can also speak about judges who quite literally continuously release these illegals, knowing they have a very serious case on them. So yeah, I just want to make it very clear that judges aren't the end all be all. And when it get to the Supreme Court, you would rather sit here and act like you don't agree with the Supreme Court, or not even act like, but just make the world know that you don't agree with the Supreme Court, but you agree with these judges that was put into positions by people like Obama, who quite literally didn't give a damn about foundational Black Americans, who was put on the bench by people like Joe Biden, who quite literally cracked open the door for all these illegals, and those same judges that was put in their seats by Barack Obama has been upholding everything that Joe Biden wanted when it came down to the cracked open border. So I am very glad that they're going after the judges now. But let's let her continue.
That is correct.
Okay. The court went on to say, apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence. 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over his nascent nation. Among others were, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. He has excited domestic insurrection among us, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. He has kept us among, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. Are you aware that he wrote that? Do you know that he was writing about ICE that falls under you?
The judge?
Yes. Yes. Okay. With that, I will yield, but I do have 2 UCs. The first UC is ICE training with slashed records show corroborating whistleblower claims from the Washington Post on yesterday.
Without objection.
The second one is FEMA's response to Texas flood slowed by NOM's cost controls. This is out of CNN from July 10th of 2025.
Without objection.
So, family, if she wants an audit of her campaign, I'm going to give you an audit of everything she was saying. Let's go here.
It is so hard to sit here sometimes because I didn't come to Congress to write laws or to do things that are hurting people. I'm just asking if there's any decency or heart or courage on that side of the aisle. The fact that a woman was killed, she was shot in her head, and y'all are pretending like nothing happened. I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed. Do you?
I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed too. Let's talk about it. You and your Democratic Party hoodlums got together with the goddamn Republicans in order to honor Charlie Kirk. Y'all wanted a day of remembrance for Chucky Kirk. Now you're sitting here grandstanding, quite literally, for a Nabisco woman who used her privilege, and that privilege was denied. Oh, family, not only that, but you're about to shed tears for her too. I got to run it back. Let me run it back. And since I seen it in the chat, you know what we got to do. My bad, wrong one.
Nothing happened. I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed. Do you remember what our response was? Our response wasn't to sit there and pretend like it was okay. Is it okay because you have a badge? Because the last time I checked, allegedly no one is above the law. Can y'all not just have a little bit of courage and humanity? A child. A child is not her mom. And y'all want to pretend that it is okay. I am asking if there is anyone that will stand for the very people that elected us and sent us to Congress. You tell us things like, well, the immigrants are bad, and so we got to get all these bills because the immigrants are the ones that are causing the harm, they're bringing the crime. The mayor of Minneapolis told y'all to get the fuck out. Yet y'all are the ones, it is this administration that is bringing crime to their streets. That's what's happening.
It's a third incident where somebody has dropped an F-bomb in this committee, including a video.
I'm sorry.
Including a
Are
video
your
that we had to watch earlier.
Are your princess ears okay?
Is it profanity?
But you're more upset about my words than you are about the fact that a woman
Are you House of Representative?
The gentlelady. Are we offending your princess ears? Are they that soft? All members.
Well, maybe some of the kids out there.
Mr. Chairman, it is the gentleman. They're killing them. It is the gentleman.
Oh, family, she needed some amazing grace in her life. What about the children? Someone please think about the children. A woman was shot in the face. A woman was shot in the face. I ain't never heard her cry like that for Corinne Gaines, Sonia Massey, or anybody that died by the hand of a race soldier in our community. Never. Never. And you wonder why you lost. Your antics, your performative theater antics don't work. If you were a theater kid, you was a horrible theater kid. I'm glad you didn't go to Hollywood because you would have made some of the worst movies to ever be made. Let's go here, family.
Hey, I wanted to ask about Nicki Minaj because she's like, very in the news these days. Has like, you're doing a face right now.
We don't mess with Nicki.
You don't mess with Nicki?
No, we don't mess with Nicki.
Did you used to mess with her?
Oh, of course. I mean, you had to, but I will be clear. I've always loved Cardi more.
Okay.
And clearly my instincts were right to love on Cardi more than Nicki.
Totally. So you kind of flipped on her. What was the moment you decided that I just can't anymore?
I just don't do sellouts, especially in this moment, right? Like things are too serious. There are too many people that are being harmed. And especially with her being an immigrant, then deciding to go and cozy up to this administration that is specifically putting targets on the backs of immigrants and anyone who stands with them.
Now, family, she says she don't do sellouts. But everybody in her damn party is a damn sellout for the most part. You have a problem with Nicki, and I don't like Nicki at all either. But you call her a sellout, and she is a sellout. I ain't gonna lie. Most of them are. But then you promote someone like Cardi B, a woman who quite literally, and I was going to include this clip, but I'm not going to subject you to the vulgarness of which is Cardi B on stage, where this woman was sitting there fingering herself in front of the crowd. You have no problem taking an endorsement from that. A woman that got on stage and start flicking her bean like it was a goddamn guitar. And it was a rock show. She was flicking that bean like she was playing the goddamn electric guitar and it was her solo. You don't have a problem with that, but yet, I'm just saying, you wonder why you lost? I'm giving you the play-by-play, Miss Crockett.
Even if they're U.S. citizens, they can catch a bullet. That is wrong. And I don't even understand how you can play with it and pretend like it's anything but wrong.
Why?
U.S. citizens have been catching bullets for decades. More specifically, foundational Black Americans. And all of a sudden, it becomes a big problem when a white woman catches the bullet for tossing her privilege on the lines. And yeah, her privilege got denied. And so now it's appalling that an American citizen can be shot by a cop or could be hit by a cop or whatever by a cop. Really not even by a cop, by ICE. You're not speaking about police. You're not speaking about the law enforcement within the local and the state level. You're only talking about federal. And this is why you lost. Let's continue.
How do you think she's doing it then?
Listen, I don't know if it's because she looking for some papers for some people, or if she's looking for them other papers, because, you know, I hear that she got family members that's got a little, you know, a few little issues, right? And so maybe she needs some other papers, because he let her hand those out, usually at a cost.
Shout out to our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And I'm glad you said something, my brother, because I was just about to say something, why it looked like that wig is crawling off of her face. That wig looks like it is quite literally crawling to the right side of her face, trying to get off of her face. Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's continue.
Right? But going after people like Don Lemon, who I love dearly, just wrong. Like, she's just on the wrong side of history. So I hope.
You love Don Lemon dearly? I ain't even got to say nothing about that, family. I'm pretty sure you got your own thoughts about her loving Don Lemon dearly.
Hope that people remember all of this when she comes back and she's broke and she's begging for money and support, because something tells me MAGA ain't gonna do it for her.
If Nicki came out with, like, you know, a summer jam and you couldn't not bop your head to it, do you think you'd still have to turn it off when you're in the car to come on the radio, or like, can you divorce those two things?
I think that there are plenty of people. I'll give you an example. R. Kelly, right? A lot of people took issue with R. Kelly. R. Kelly obviously is serving and doing his time right now, but something tells me that people are still bumping R. Kelly somewhere, somehow, right? I think that there are people that can divorce the art. For me, it is more so about, like, your dollars. Like, are you going to support with your dollars certain things? Because it's the dollars that have given her a platform in the first place. Otherwise, Donald Trump wouldn't even know who she was. No one would know who she was, but for the dollars that were used to support her that allowed her to have the platform that she has. Do you want to continue to support or elevate a person's platform who's then going to turn around and do things that are demeaning to us as a society?
It's interesting to me that, like, she's like the mega hero right now, but she's not included in their halftime Super Bowl show. You know how they're doing a Turning Points halftime show, Kid Rock is headlining. I assumed that Nikki was going to headline, but she's not even on the bill. It's a pride. Why do you think Nikki's not on there?
She may now understand her place as it relates to MAGA, but maybe she won't. Who knows?
Family, I agree with each and every one of you, especially this comment here. Her wig needs a Pepto-Bismol prescription strength. Oh, geez. Shout out to our brother Bernice Brass for that one. Yeah, Jasmine, if you need an audit, like I said, you don't have to look no further than me.
All I know is no, sir, you will not get a third term. That's not going to happen. I mean, the Supreme Court going to have to find a big boy and big girl panties.
And you know, it's funny that you said this, but you didn't even get into the office that you were trying to get into, and you couldn't keep the office that you have, so you won't even have another term to talk about. Yeah, that's rough. Let's go back.
All I know is no, sir, you will not get a third term. That's not going to happen. I mean, the Supreme Court going to have to find a big boy and big girl panties and do what's right. The Constitution is very clear, sir. And frankly, you never should have had one term. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, you were never qualified to be president of the United States, not once, but definitely not twice. And your incompetencies are showing. Your own people, yes, my homegirl, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is also very disappointed in you. Listen, you are a loser. And unfortunately, we all are being dragged down with you in your loser ways. All I know is no, sir, you will not get a third term. That's not going to happen. I mean, the Supreme Court going to have to find a big boy and big girl panties.
All right, that's that. That's that. Hold up. Let's go here.
How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble. But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crockett. Oh, man. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding. Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
You're telling me that ad did not put you over, Crockett? That didn't rile up the base? That didn't make people want to go out and knock on doors and get other people to go and vote for you, Crockett? I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get you to understand. Here is the audit of Jasmine Crockett. Let's go here, because like our brother said up there about the wig being synthetic, the synthetic wig knows that she's fake, and synthetic don't like synthetic. So now let's do a collage of Jasmine Crockett synthetic versus Jasmine Crockett the real. Shall we? Oh, yes. No cynicism for you. Je lazy. No cynicism for you. Rosemary said, oh gosh, her tears are worse than crocodiles. They're mermaid tears. Hey. Oh man, I don't know if that's what you were meaning, but it sounds like that you just said that her mermaid tears are worse than Nabisco tears. Oh geez, I love that. Let's go here, family. Let's see the synthetic versus the real crock pot.
And that is actually what they are fearful of, is my authenticity, because it rings true with every single American. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. Man, because these people, they are crazy, because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things.
Oh, since you put it in the chat again, I guess I got to be so inclined.
Send in the clowns.
We gonna start it over.
And that is actually what they are fearful of, is my authenticity, because it rings true with every single American. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. Man, because these people, they are crazy, because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things. On-campus mailboxes And at that time, my school hired the Cochran firm. And there was a lawyer who graduated from University of Houston who was assigned to me. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
I want the American people to know that when you stand up to a bully, you win. Do not back down. Do not bend.
And I'm gonna be the first one. You and your little friend off of Twitter. Y'all about to find out, all right?
But at the end of the day, I am who I am and I am authentic.
All right, family. She is who she is, and she is authentic. I don't know about you, family, but she didn't seem too authentic to me right there now, did she? Shout out to our brother Snatch Adams in the building. Why are Dems blaming black people for Crockett's loss? She wasn't running as a black woman, right? Hey, that's what she said. I played that on this channel, I think it was last week, where she said she wasn't running as a black woman, but every other goddamn video that I played, she was saying as a black woman, as a black woman. All right. Shout out to you, family. Shout out to our brother Snatch Adams. And let me give a B1 salute to our sister Fake Speaks Life. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister. Let me go ahead and also give a B1 salute to our brother Zavon Scott. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. A little something for the church sermon tonight in my Bernie Mac impersonation. Shout out to Bernie Mac. Shout out to our good brother Zavon Scott as well. Much love to you, my good brother. A little something for the church tonight. Oh, yeah, family. So I want to play this clip because I want you all to hear her before she lost compared to after she lost. So let's go before she lost. This reporter here asks her, hey, Jasmine, if you lose, will you concede and represent for whoever you lost to? And let's get into Jasmine's, answer for that.
If you don't win, would you support the Democratic nominee?
Yeah, there's no way we need Cornyn or Paxton. I mean, at the end of the day, this is life or death right now. So we've got to do what we got to do. I do want to say that as someone who's been a surrogate across this country on behalf of a number of candidates, it is not as easy to get, say, the young woman that you were talking to have that same vigor for another candidate.
One place where I live is far away, and I just wanted to vote here and get back to work, and she told me she wouldn't let me. I was hoping she would just let me go in. She said, I'm at the wrong place. I can't vote here.
Now I want you to take a look at this photo. After going to various polling places, she sent me this photo with her I voted sticker because she did vote and she wanted to vote for Jasmine Crockett. What will happen with the supporters that Jasmine Crockett has across this state? I asked her if she would support James Tellerico now that Crockett has lost. And she said that she is going to do her homework on James Tellerico. So she didn't say no, but she said that next time she's going to early vote because of all of the chaos and confusion that happened here in Dallas County yesterday.
Now let's talk about the confusion that happened in Dallas County. I received my voter registration card. And on my voter registration card, it gave me my polling place, my polling location. I did early voting. I was able to go into my polling location and vote without a problem. Showed my identification. They matched it to my ID, my voter registration. They matched the signatures. They matched my address. And I was able to vote. No problem. I voted for the couch. I voted for reparations. I voted for Foundational Black Americans. I voted no to Prop 10. But I was able to vote. These folks were trying to get special treatment for those who did not read their voter registrations cards. For the people who did not do the research to see where their polling location would be, because Texas had already put out that they were going to be separating and segregating the Democrat polling places from the Republican polling places. So, the people that came out the day of and was crying all over the place saying, I just wanted to vote, they wouldn't let me vote here. It's because they didn't do their due diligence. So what ended up happening is another Democrat went to a judge, and the judge granted the right for the polling places in certain areas in Democrat locations to stay open instead of from 7 o'clock, ending at 7 o'clock, to stand open until about 9 o'clock. Well, not about 9 o'clock was the time. And so, you know, Jasmine Crockett, she went out there and she made sure to make people aware that the polling location was still open. What ended up happening is the Supreme Court came back and said, hell no, these people had enough previous notification, and to extend this time would be gifting Jasmine Crockett or whoever else a leg up over other candidates in other areas, in other regions that isn't going to stay or remain open at that time. So they say, you know what? No, shut it down at 7 o'clock. If they wasn't in line at 7 o'clock, shut it down. And so Jasmine Crockett had to come out and let people know, because she thought she was going to get a little leg up, and the Supreme Court shut it down. She came out with this.
Fred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient. We cannot allow this type of behavior to be rewarded, because so long as they know that they can win, even if it means cheating, then they will continue to do it. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote. Stand in line, wait in line. Fred has already stated, we encourage each.
So why didn't you explain that to people before March 3rd? You know, nobody had a problem finding out where they needed to vote with early voting, did they? When they did early voting, you were actually up due to the amount of people who did early voting in your favor. So that would entail that people had to go and do the due diligence to figure out where they were supposed to be voting, whether early voting or not. March 3rd is the day that nobody knew when to vote. Excuse me, not when, but where to vote. All of a sudden, everybody, when you were up, everybody knew where to vote. No problem. All of a sudden, March 3rd comes around. Now nobody knows where their polling place is. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of agree with what the goddamn Supreme Court said. Why give you an elongated amount of time that other candidates isn't going to receive? I'm just asking. And then also, she said, even if they have to cheat to win, who is cheating? Jasmine, you're in a Democratic primary. So are you saying that the Democrats are cheating you? Are you saying that the Democrats have cheated you, Jasmine Crockett? Because even Ketanji Tucky Brown Jr. III in the Supreme Court voted against you. The one person that wrote a dissenting opinion was one of Trump's appointed judges. Ain't that crazy? That is ridiculous, if you ask me. However, Jasmine didn't concede that night, even though it was very clear that she lost that night. She waited to the next day, and this is what she had to say.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion.
My apologies, family. This was the election night the last one that I played was the next day, but I'm still going to play this one here just so you can see how disingenuous she was.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas didn't love you enough to get you over the hump, though, did it? Just saying. Yeah. So, you know, she didn't want to concede. She really didn't want to. And in the words that my sister Aquarius just said, girl, you lost. Just be a humble loser and walk away into obscurity. I would love to see it. But of course she didn't, and she won't. So this is what Jasmine had to say the following morning.
Even within our party, about making sure that we invest in kind of just doing the right. Kim Paxton or John Cornyn, anyone would be better. I'm just saying. So again, I just wanted to say thank you specifically to the people of Dallas County. I love you so very much. And I woke up still heartbroken about everything that took place. I've got your emails. We received your phone calls about all of the confusion and the many people that just didn't get to vote. We have to fix this going forward. We should not have people being disenfranchised in 2026, even in Texas, specifically in a Democratic county.
Oh, so there's voter suppression within the Democratic primary. Is it then who's doing the voter suppression, Jasmine? Who's doing the voter suppression, Jasmine, if there is voter suppression within the Democratic primary? Come on, say it with your wig. Say it with your full wig. Just go ahead and say it. It was the Democrats. Yeah, Jasmine. That's quite unfortunate, isn't it? Quite unfortunate. And she said she was heartbroken, in the words of our brother Black. Are you another broken tool? Oh, it hurts me. It hurts my soul. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Shout out to Earth Gang Remix in the building. Much love to you, Earth Angel. I don't know why I said Earth Gang. Earth Gang is one of my favorite rap groups at this point in time. Shout out to Earth Gang. But shout out to Earth Angel Remix in the building as well. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Shout out to Noah on this one. That friendly fire, not so friendly, huh? Yeah. Shout out to Zavon. Guarantees she won't be as vocal to try to keep the hot seat she's on now. There's no fix, Jazzy wig. There's no fixing Jazzy's wig. There is nothing that can fix that ever. And if you could find something that can fix that wig, go ahead and let me know so that I can sell it to a man who's been buying the bridge for the past 40 years. Poor mammy. Don't seem like nobody felt too bad about Crockpot, does it? I want to go here, let this Nabisco kind of break things down and what's been happening in Texas. So let's go here. Come on, Nabisco woman, do your stuff. Turn you up.
Good and bad news out of Texas tonight. We'll take the good news first. 95% of Texans voted yes on Proposition 10. That is banning Sharia law in the state of Texas.
95% of all Texans voted against that Sharia law nonsense. Right now, I ain't gonna lie. Texas isn't the, I don't want to say the top state in the United States or nothing like that. But I've been liking the way Texas moved ever since I moved here. Now, yes, there's some racism out of this world. I'm not going to lie to you. There are things that needs work. There are things that needs to be changed. But when it comes to some of the laws in Texas, when it comes to protecting fellow Texans, I like the way some of these Texans get right on code. Because as soon as I saw that they were trying to pass this Sharia law stuff, I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen in Texas. In the very same way that as soon as I saw Jasmine Crockett trying to flip Texas blue, I said, yeah, that's not going to happen in Texas. And let me explain to you why. Especially because of Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, everything that she preaches is anti-Texas. But yet her slogan was Texas tough. You was preaching giving a pathway to citizenship for the illegals that hit the borders. Texas ain't for that. You're out here preaching allowing trans to be in women's spaces. Texans ain't going for that. You're talking about Donald Trump left and right. When Donald Trump, for the most part, is a Texans' fever dream, especially Nabisco's Texans. The Nabisco Texans, they love them some Donald Trump. Now, I'm not talking about foundational Black Americans in Texas. I'm talking about every other group. So you got Nabiscos who love Donald Trump. You got goddamn Asians who love Donald Trump. You got goddamn Mexicans and Latinos who love Donald Trump. Texas is not against Donald Trump. But your whole rhetoric, your whole platform was running against Donald Trump. Texas is not for a Democrat who wants to get rid of the policies in which they voted for. What don't you get about that? They voted for they voted for deportations. They voted for Trump to be in there to own the libs, as they would say. But you think because there are Mexicans in Texas, that there are Black people in Texas, that there are Asians in Texas, and since they're not white, as long as I can talk to them as a Black woman who's against Trump, they will go out and run for me. This is Texas. When I got to Texas, I was speaking to somebody who was getting ready to run, and he wanted me to work on his campaign. He said, you know, you're a very intelligent young man, and I really appreciate the way that you can, you know, articulate yourself to make people understand that it isn't really about being a Democrat or a Republican. However, this man was a Republican. His only thing about me was I asked about his platform, and I explained to him that he needs to include reparations and or an anti-Black hate crime bill and or something that would gravitate to foundational Black Americans. So policy, something that would benefit us, and this, that, and the third. As I'm explaining this to him, he turns to me and he said, well, I want to let you know this because you did tell me that you're from California, correct? I said, yes. He said, here's the issue. You're trying to bring California politics to Texas. And I explained to him, with all due respect, that's a crock of horse shit. Me trying to bring California politics would be me trying to bring some of the PDF stuff that they put on the books to Texas. That would be me trying to bring these taxes that California has to Texas. Me telling you to include reparations is a non-regional thing. Why? Because foundational Black Americans are owed reparations throughout these United States, because we built these United States. And I said also, we were already given reparations. And then the American government chose to take it back and give it back to those old slave owners, Andrew Johnson, that they took from us. I said foundational Black Americans have been excluded from every social program that they gave to all these illegals, not just illegals, but all the Ellis Islanders, and excluded foundational Black Americans. After I got done talking to this person, and I'll never forget this person because this person gave me I like whiskey. I'm a whiskey guy. I like scotch. This guy gave me a whiskey smoker kit that his business actually sells. And he had gave it to me before we had this conversation, before we started going this deep into it, right? But after I got done talking to him, I end up leaving. Family, do you think that man ever called me again? That man did not ever call me again. He did not pick up my phone call when I tried to see if he really wanted to work with me and if he was going to implement those policies. Because he said that I was bringing California politics to Texas, even though I proved him wrong. Right? So just imagine somebody like Jasmine Crockett that cannot articulate to any Texan why the policies that she believes in is beneficial to Texans. I had to explain to that man that even though you might not like it, it would benefit Texas because of the fact that, guess what? We spend our money in the economy in which we belong to. Everyone else who's getting these legs up are sending the money outside of America. If you want Texas to grow, if you want the country to grow, reparations is a must. Hell, I even brought up the study that Citibank put out saying that if they paid reparations within the next 5 years, that the U.S. GDP would jump up $5 trillion. So I can articulate how it benefits the country. What can Jasmine Crockett do when it comes to her language and being in Texas? Hell, Wesley Hunt is from Texas. He was born in Texas and he couldn't translate in the votes. What made Jasmine Crockett think that she would? Shout out to Claude, Neely, Francis, Amos in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here as well to me. As always, good brother. I appreciate you. Let's let this person continue.
So that's awesome. Thank you so much, Texas. That is a milestone. And also, we're saying goodbye tonight to Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine, goodbye, hun. It's been real dumb. But also, more Greg Abbott.
She said, Jasmine, it has been real dumb. I love that. Nah, Surgeon, I just played the clip where Wesley said he was born and raised in Texas. And if he's lying, then god dang it, he's lying. But yeah, I just quite literally played the clip saying that he was born and raised in Texas. Let's let her continue. Shout out to our good brother, Warrior Cherub in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. It's time for his meds. Let's continue.
Okay, guys, Greg Abbott, he is the swamp. Greg Abbott is the swamp. I mean, the guy's got to be compromised as hell. The whole entire religion of peace takeover has continued apace under his administration. And the threats are foreign and domestic, from the gunman in Austin, another religion of peace, to that company based in Dubai that's trying to buy over 2,000 acres in Kaufman County, Texas, to build a 20,000 person, quote unquote, sustainable city that's going to have a mosque in it. And this was kind of the bellwether when it comes to the entire country on this particular issue. So we got the good, we got the bad. We got no Sharia, that's gone. We got no Crockett, she's gone. And we got a little more Abbott. So awesome. So good. And
yeah, that's the one thing. We still got wheelchairs there. It's all gravy, you know, one step at a time. However, this is another reason why, and I want y'all to pay close attention on this, because these folks was throwing out the polls before Jasmine, you know, lost. And they were giving her all the grace, saying that she's actually ahead in the polls and guaranteed that she's most likely to come out on top. Well, let's go here, family. We saw that that was a lie.
James Tellerico has defeated Jasmine Crockett in the Texas Senate primary, and the polls were pretty off. Like, they had her up 4 or 5 points. He beat her 52 to 46. Not particularly close. What are you polling bitches doing? You need to get your shit together and stop giving people inaccurate polling. Especially since nothing happened that, like, no pollster could have projected. It was pretty much the counties people thought he was going to pick up, he picked up. The counties that they thought she was going to pick up, she mostly picked up. Although she did underperform a lot more with Latinos than people thought she was going to. Not just in the Rio Grande, but in other counties too in Texas, she underperformed with Latinos. That maybe was the only thing that wasn't totally predicted. But actually, if you were talking to any Latino that lived in Texas, that's not actually that surprising. I told you guys I wasn't really particularly hung up on who won this race out of the two of them because they're not that different, except for that he doesn't take corporate PAC money and she took a ton of corporate PAC money. Aside from that, though, their policy positions are not that different, and neither of them are anti-genocide. Also was laughing at how embarrassing mainstream media is and just like the Democratic Party establishment apparatus at the top, because they kept being like, it was such a contentious primary. It really wasn't, though. It really wasn't. No, you guys think it's really contentious because you're so used to Democrats not even having a primary. You're used to having the party bosses tell you, shut up, get in line, we're the manager, and if anybody has a problem with that, they can call the manager. Having a primary where people actually sharpen each other is a good thing. It's not anything to brag about or be so happy about if they're weak as fuck and don't go after each other at all in the primary. And it was also not really contentious because it was kind of a one-way. She would hit him and he would kind of not say anything in response because he was trying to be the like nice pastor son. Which again, for those of you who think that being subservient and just like getting in line and being a team player is the end all be all, it's not. And I'm not saying that as a compliment. He should have hit back. That's what a primary is for. Anyway, the most exciting thing for me about last night was the person that is succeeding her in that seat. Pastor Frederick Haynes III. Let's fucking go. He is the winner of her former congressional seat. And I want you to listen to what he said at his church on October 8th, 2023.
I recognize that we got to be pro-Israel. Yeah, we got to do that. Or we get in trouble. Well, I'm going to get in trouble. Israel, and I'm going to vote Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter says that Israel is engaging in apartheid with Palestinians. And so the Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't have the financial backing from the United States that Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows, and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Watching the news, the disparity between Palestinians being killed and Israelis being killed is totally unfair. But this country is going to stand on the side of apartheid because that's its track record. It stood by apartheid in South Africa because it created apartheid in this country.
He said that on October 8th. He wasn't playing games, friends.
Family, you saw who's her replacement. I actually had a clip of her replacement, but since she just played that clip of Frederick Hayes III, I don't need to play it again, and that's good God. Thank God for that. We don't have to double up on that. But yeah, that's the guy who's going to be replacing her. Shout out to our brother Zavon Scott. They paid the enslavers, yet the enslaved don't. Shout out to you, my good brother, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. And yeah, they absolutely paid the enslaver. They gave reparations to the person who enslaved the people that they were supposed to be giving reparations to. Absolutely. Shout out to our brother William in the building. Much love to you. What's your brand? McAllen here. Hey, I like me a good McAllen. I love me a good McAllen. But I grew up with, my grandfather loving Johnny Walker. He liked the Johnny Walker red. I like the Johnny Walker blue or black, but I'll take me a McAllen, especially at 18 years. That one right there. Crispiest and the nicest smoky taste. That's my jam. You dig me? My brothers hate that I like god dang scotch. They're like, god dang it, just because you out there going to law school, you don't need to be drinking like a white man. I'm like, first and foremost, Negro, chill out. Most white folks don't even like the scotch that I drink, but I'm just saying. Just saying. Let's go here, family. Because they damn sure tried to make it seem like people had a problem with the outcome of Jasmine Crockett's loss. Let's go here. MS Now. Excuse me. I was about to say NBC.
Going to be a lot of people who are having a lot of feelings about what has happened in Dallas County tonight. We're already seeing people sort of theorizing and coming up with relatively, elaborate speculation in terms of who done it and why this happened and who was behind it and whose fault it is and whether or not the election results from Dallas County and therefore from Texas should be trusted. I just wanted to put that to you as Dallas County Elections Administrator and just ask what you would say to the voters of Dallas County and other people looking in on your county from outside around the state and around the country right now who are having those sorts of sort of dark feelings about what's happened here.
Well, I would say two things. I would say that first, I think that's one of the reasons why I support countywide vote centers to allow voters to vote at any location where they have had previously in the county. I think it's convenient. I think it is helpful to the voters to vote that way. The other thing I would say, people are looking for, okay, well, who's behind what's going on? As I mentioned previously, all of the election workers that are here in the county, these are not people that have been brought in from someplace else. These are your family, your friends, your neighbors, community members that step up and volunteer to put on this process. And that, to me, is what helps ensure the integrity of our system, is that we have people that are just from every walk of life that are stepping up, serving basically as volunteers to make sure that our system of democracy works.
Shout out to our sister Angelic. She said it simple and she said it plain and said it with her whole chest. It was us, Rachel. It was us. Miss Madoff. Rachel, knocking on your door. It was us. Keep playing dumb if you want to. Absolutely. For every Democrat and every Democrat, every god dang Democrat who thinks that they're just going to come in and play in our face, it's going to continue to happen over and over and over again. It is that simple. This is the new normal. Let's go here, family.
Alex Thompson, you cover the Democratic field, the Democratic politics extensively. What is your read on James Talarico and why what he brings to the table might, again, I mean, we have this conversation over and over. I feel like every single cycle we have this conversation and it never quite pans out. Why might this time be different from the Democratic perspective?
Well, on Texas, the reason it might be different is if Ken Paxton is the nominee. He's a toxic nominee in a bad year. Beto O'Rourke in 2018 came within just 2 or 3 points of beating Ted Cruz, came up a little bit short, in part because that Republicans believe he nationalized the race. There is the opportunity to turn Texas blue in the right scenario against the right opponent. That's why some Democrats are very excited about Talarico's nomination.
Congressman, what's your read on this?
Every Democratic donor in the country should send their money to Talarico. They should do it today. They need to do it right now.
They're actually already doing it.
This is the high watermark. This is high watermark for Texas Democrats. Do it now. Please, I'm begging you. Okay. It's the most partisan thing I could possibly say. But this is Charlie Brown the football all over again. Texas is an R plus 12, 13, 14 state. This has become a reliably Republican district. The Cruz situation with Beto O'Rourke was a very unique situation. Just like raising money against Mitch McConnell for the Democrats was a great, worthy, and losing task. Raising money against Ted Cruz, likewise. So I think I put that in the same category. And what we'll find out is that Talarico's sales point here, that he's very moderate and all this stuff, will ring very hollow to Texas voters after a few $1 million are spent.
So a couple of things. First of all, fortunately for you, your wishes come true. People across the country and in Texas are giving their money to James Talarico. That's happening in droves. We're seeing that.
Yeah.
Look, I've worked in Texas on a number of campaigns, Casey, and my heart has been broken millions of times because that state has, we thought we've gotten close as Democrats, and we haven't. We haven't elected a Democratic state candidate statewide governor since I think Ann Richards. So that goes back to the 90s. Yeah. And of course, Senator Benson as well. But look, this is a different situation, right? We have Trump, whose numbers are extremely low. We have a number of people in Texas who are independent and who are also what we consider swing voters, especially in this moment. Suburban voters in particular, people are frustrated about the war. They're frustrated about affordability. And then you look at Talarico. I mean, he's got the it factor. He stands almost at the bully pulpit. He can talk about religion and faith in a way that most other Democrats can't. I went to college in Texas. I have a lot of friends who have been longtime Trump supporters who actually voted in the Democratic Party primary because they wanted to vote for Talarico.
That's a little too quick for you, Damon. Shout out to our good brother Damon Reeves in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my brother. And let me also give a shout out to our brother Snatch Adams for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Glenn Livet, man, myself, neat, no junk. Hey, I'm with you there. I'm be honest with you. I like Glenn Livet for the smoke kit. The reason why is because Glenn Livet is less smoky than other scotches naturally. You know what I mean? So it gives you I don't want to say a less harsher, but it doesn't it doesn't make it too extreme. Excuse me. It doesn't make it too extreme at all. It doesn't. So yeah, shout out to the Glenlivet as well. Let's go here. I slowed it down.
So I look at those little anecdotes here and there, and I do have some hope and faith that this could actually be.
Always careful to declare
cycle.
it. I love anecdata. Okay.
Yeah,
You can't take it to the bank.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
But
you for clarification.
it's interesting nonetheless. Mariana, how alarmed are Republican leaders on Capitol Hill about this situation, and how convinced are they that Trump is actually going to put his finger on the scale for John Cornyn?
Well, they have been worried for some time. And I think they really did think that Jasmine Crockett would probably win. And if that were the scenario, they would be like, okay, great, Texas is done. I don't care if it's Paxton. I don't care if it's Cornyn. Republicans will win. As of last night, there were freakouts. That's what I was hearing from some Republicans on the Hill. And, you know, leadership was pretty clear. Like, hey, we need Cornyn to be the guy. We need Trump to put his finger on the scale. And he's teased that he might do that. And the reason why is because really Cornyn can beat Tallarico. I think that there's a lot of Democrats who asked, and they're very excited, as you said, and I mean, as a political observer, also very excited to just see a horse race in Texas again.
The assumption is that Cornyn would beat Tallarico,
Yes.
right? Like,
But if Corbyn would beat Tallarico, why would he need Donald Trump to put his thumb on the scale? I digress. I just had to ask that question because I like to ask questions that make sense. If you're saying that Corbyn could beat Tallarico, then why would you say that it's necessary for Trump to put his thumb on the scale if he already got a one-up on Tallarico? That's just my question, my personal question. I would like answered. Otherwise, you sound like you're just saying shit, to be honest with you. Let's go here, family. Shout out to this brother here. He got some things to say to Jasmine Crockett.
Take this. Voting data shows the Latino vote was the tipping point that pushed James Tallarico to victory over Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Crockett did extremely well with the black vote. I'm sure she did, mainly probably with the black woman that showed up just because she's sassy. They ain't give a fuck that she was voting against women's rights and she fought so hard for trans and illegal immigrants, right? Speaking of illegal immigrants that you fought so hard for, you was acting like you cared about them and you was fighting for them because you cared. But the Latino people was listening to every word you were saying, and you was saying a whole lot of disrespectful shit about them, like this.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation. How many of you are sending your kids to college to go and work on them? Okay, well, guess who is working the farms? So that you can afford your food. That you can have food. So that you can have food. Now, how many of you are looking to send your kids into hospitality after this college education so they can go and make the beds at hotels? How many of you are planning to send your kids to college? Because that's what we do. We send everybody to college. How many of you are planning to send your kids to college so that they can then go and build these houses? So the reality is that so long as we live in a capitalist society, there's always going to be someone or a group of people that will do work that some of the rest of y'all don't want to do. These are the people that are really making us great in this country.
The tongue is the mighty sword, Jasmine. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Talk less and listen more. You said a whole lot of disrespectful shit, but you was acting like you cared about them. But they was reading between the lines. They heard everything. You basically was saying the only reason why you want them here is to be slaves. How disrespectful. Coming from a black woman who always speak about what everything black people went through with slavery and all that, but yet you just keep speaking like only reason why you want them here is to make our beds and to pick our crops and to do all the dirty work that we're not doing. Pick cotton and shit like that. Disrespectful. They heard every word. The tongue is the mighty sword and it buried you. Remember that.
Gotham Ghetto Gospel.
Shout out to Gotham Ghetto Gospels for that. Shout out. And he's not wrong. And the fact of the matter is this too. We're the only ones that's been calling all of this out from the beginning. From the beginning, we've been telling people, hey, you act like you're speaking for them and to them, and you know what they hear? They hear disrespect on disrespect by even putting Black Americans together with these Mexicans because they feel like they over us. So by saying they're picking the cotton, by saying they're having a slave mentality, you might not think that that's anything wrong with it, but in their minds, you're conflating them to a bunch of people that they are over, not beneath. The Texas blue wave is massive. Hey, you know what? Nirvana, thank you for that laugh. That laugh is hilarious. I appreciate that laugh. Texas wave, blue wave is massive. It just wasn't massive for Jasmine Crockett, right? Yeah. Anyhow, anyway, and old Patch's eye patch there, the pirate, he didn't get in either. But yeah, the Texas blue wave. Anyway, I digress. Let me get back to what I was saying before I was so hilariously interrupted by nonsense. You got these people who are just now catching up to what we've been telling everybody, starting to understand, or not understand, but ask questions about whether the Black and Brown alliance is real or not. Oh yeah, family, before we go to the next person, you know what I got to do.
Send in the clowns.
Just real quick, but this is my Latino brothers and sisters that follow me on here. I'm trying to get y'all to educate me on something. I'm being dead ass serious. I ain't being funny. I'm trying to see kind of what y'all feel. I'm trying to let y'all educate me on it because I don't want to be viewing y'all the wrong way. So I'm trying to figure out, do y'all feel like y'all align more with Black folk, or do y'all feel like y'all align more with Caucasian? Like, and the reason I say that is because when I used to hear Black and Brown people, I always thought we was like jointed to the hip. Like I always thought we was the Black folk, Latino, Brown, So I always thought we kind of shared some of the same struggles, same hardships, same, just, we were similar. I remember growing up, all my Latino buddies, they was on what I was on. But now that I look at it, it ain't as clear to me no more. And I'm trying to ask y'all, do y'all feel, Latino brothers and sisters, do y'all feel y'all are more in line with Black folk, or do y'all feel like y'all are now more aligned with Caucasians? And I don't know if y'all feel like y'all more aligned with Caucasians, or if y'all inspired to be more like them than y'all do Black folk. I don't know. I'm fine with it either way. I'm just trying to get clarity on it because it's not as clear to me now than it used to be. Like I used to think we was in the same fight, but now when I see things, I remember the last election talking to Latino folk. They, oh no, he gonna he gonna give us money. He gonna and I used to be like, God damn, like that's the motherfucker want to get y'all out of here. And the only reason I'm asking because I need to know who I'm defending. Like I don't want to be defending no motherfucker who don't even fuck with me for real. So I'm asking so I know who I should and shouldn't be defending.
Well, if that's the case, then why are you defending the Democratic Party, Plies? I don't want to fuck nobody who don't fuck me. That's all I'm saying. Okay, well, the Democratic Party do not rock with you, Plies. Granted, the Republican Party don't either. But you're sitting here defending, you're putting all your energy into defending a party that don't rock with the people in which you are. Plies. Why are you sitting there talking about, I don't want to rock with you if you don't rock with me? They quite clearly have shown you, hey, we don't rock with y'all. But yet you keep throwing your face out there trying to convince other people who look like you, hey, this is our best option. So I quite literally call bullshit. Shout out to our brother Melvin C in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. As always, it's good to see you. All these people who talk about Black and Brown never lived in Southern California. You are absolutely correct. Never lived in Southern California, never spoke to anybody who lived in Southern California, never spoke to anybody or lived in Northern California. Never been to jail in California. Which isn't really a bad thing if you never went to jail. But if you had went to jail in California, you would see that the Latinos run with the wood pile. The Latinos have their own little groups. They got the Latinos, they got the Paisas. And both of them, when it's convenient, whenever it pops off, whenever it cracks off, the Latinos and the Paisas, they side with the wood pile. And shit, the Asians would side with the wood pile if they could, but the wood pile calls them others, and they automatically put them in with us. So when you go to jail in California, Asians rock with black folk in jail, but that's because they have to. Otherwise, they will be a singlet group. And if anything pops off, they're the ones that's going to be left under. But when it comes down to black and brown, there is no black and brown in California. Never has been black and brown in California. Do you have some brown friends? Maybe here and there. Sure. You might come across a couple of brown people, but brown people overall being receptive to foundational black Americans, that has never happened in California. That has never happened in California. God dang it. There's a jail in Temecula right now. It's called Southwest Jail. They call that jail the Thunderdome. They call it the war zone because when you get sent over there, you are quite literally more probable to get into an altercation in between the blacks and the Mexicans. So don't try to sit here and tell me no bullshit lies about black and brown. Shout out to our good brother for that. Texas B. Dem's only mission remains the same and is proven to succeed. Flip Texas blue. All right. Well, why are you here with us? Shouldn't you be out there helping to flip Texas blue? Because as of right now, Texas ain't looking too blue, is it? It ain't looking too purple. And the cold part is, I wouldn't give a damn if it did flip blue. It still wouldn't have my support. If it's not about my people, if it's not bringing tangible policies to my community, I wouldn't give a damn if it was blue, purple, red, green, yellow, orange. Now, go ahead. I know you're trolling, so I'm just going to go ahead and let you go. You go ahead and do your thing in timeout, okay? Now, shout out to our brother Zavon. Thank you for your comment and your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Reminds me of Casino. Who's this guy? Be careful all day. All day, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. It's like Casino, damn it. Let's let this big teeth, pillow teeth having ass dude continue.
So if y'all can just help me understand y'all thought process and who y'all feel y'all align more with, because I've seen, political candidates, black person, white person, and y'all motherfuckers, y'all be over there. So I'm just trying to get clarity on that. If y'all can help educate me on this, I surely appreciate it. And it's love either way.
All right. So like I said, they're catching up to something we've been telling them for the god dang longest and wonder why people don't take these folks serious. So family, Jasmine has something to say. Jasmine has something to say. And I got to play what she had to say to the Supreme Court, except for the one judge who wrote the dissenting opinion piece, who was actually a Trump judge. She had something to say to everyone except that person. Let's go here.
Definitely kudos to the Trump justice who wrote the 160-page opinion denouncing what took place in Texas. And fuck you to the Supreme Court for what they did. As well as, we'll see what happens in some other places. Definitely kudos to the Trump justice.
Really, Jasmine? Well, say it with your whole wig then. Go ahead.
Justice who wrote the 106. Definitely kudos to the Trump justice. Definitely kudos to the Trump justice. Definitely kudos to the Trump justice who wrote the 160-page opinion denouncing what took place in Texas. And fuck you to the Supreme Court for what they did. Took place in Texas. And fuck you to the Supreme Court for what they did. Denouncing what took place in Texas. And fuck you to the Supreme Court for what they did. As well as, we'll see what happens in some other places. Definitely.
Family. Ricka. That wig look like it's been remixed, don't it? Family. Does it sound like Jasmine might be stepping in the bad side, stepping into the darkness? Shout out to the one Trump judge who wrote the dissenting piece, 160 pages, and thank you. But to the rest of the Supreme Court, F ya. Oh, Jasmine is butt hurt. She is bent over, feeling on that anus because something done freaking made her so butt hurt that she decided to stand out and say,
"Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass." Yeah.
Oh, Jasmine, and I don't feel nothing. In the words of our good brother Torian Reigns, I feel absolutely nothing for any of you. I feel nothing for Al Green. I feel nothing for Wesley Hunt. I feel nothing for Valentina Goofy Gomez. I feel nothing for Jasmine Crockett. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Shout out to our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And shout out to our sister Queen in the building. Much love to you. All love to your wife, Jesse. Much love to her. Now, let's get into some of the crybabies and we'll let them cry harder. Let's go here.
A fighter. And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her. But I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who can win.
Happy Women's History Month to Black American women. Watch as white American women abandon us yet again, just like Susan B. Anthony and Lucretia Mott did during women's suffrage. When Black...
Oh my God, family. First and foremost, I say this all the time, and I'm going to say it again. Anytime any Black man or Black woman who is foundational Black American comes out and make it about either only Black men or either only Black women, you side-eye them. You side-eye them. Because we're not fighting for just Black women. We're not fighting for just Black men. We're fighting for the Black unit overall. That's men, women, children. We are all we got and all we ever had. So the fact that this woman and many other women are now trying to make this about Black men or Black women. She's talking about Susan B. Anthony, someone who quite literally tricked Black women into thinking that, women's suffrage would include them. And then they found out on the end that it didn't. So why would you go back to trying to segregate the Black community from each other when you know the history? You said white women abandoned you. That shows me you're not too keen in history because white women has always abandoned Black women. White women has always used you as a scapegoat. White women has always put you on the front line to later benefit for themselves. Why are you having this conversation, ma'am? What in your mind made you believe that white women And other women is going to side with you just because you're a woman when you are the most hated woman in the United States by all women, particularly outside of yourselves. Do I got to say that again for the people in the back of the classroom? I need all of the slow bus kids to come to the front of the class. I need all of you to do so. Come on up here. We got plenty of seats because all the intelligent kids, they're not here. I gave them the day off because they're way too intelligent to be here. But all the dumb slow bus kids in the back of the room, come on up to the front of the classroom so I can make sure you understand this. The only people who stand for black people are black people. And more specifically, the only people who stand for foundational black American people are foundational black American people. What makes you think that anything different would happen when we already know the history of this country? Please have 1 million seats and then have 1 million more. You guys are looking for all kind of allies outside of the black community because the things that you actually want, the policies and progress you want is not for the black community. It is outside the black community. And that's why you guys keep going, lurking in other communities to see who you can pull into your coalitions, who later show you it's never been a coalition to begin with. There has never been a coalition to begin with. All the slow butt kids in the front of the classroom at this point in time, I'm hoping you're taking notes. I'm hoping that you're paying attention. You're listening intuitively. You're not thinking about lunchtime. Lunchtime is 2-3 hours away. Right now, you need to be writing down and taking notes. Because foundational black Americans have been very, very clear about this. It is you guys who continuously try to go outside of your own community in order to gain favor or even get pats on the head from other communities who don't give a lick about you. This is what we're dealing with these people. And this is why we're delineating not just from the tethers, but from the bootlicks, the shields, anybody. You can be a part of our bloodline and we still won't rock with you. Especially when you're sitting here using white supremacist propaganda in order to segregate your own damn community so that you can be closer to some other Nabisco, some Asian, or whatever other woman you want to be next to. That's the problem. You think that this is a woman thing, and they have quite literally shown you it is not a woman thing, because when it comes down to the come down, they're going to side with their Nabisco men. They're going to side with their Asian men, their Latino men. And people such as yourself hate to side with your own people so much. You're out here looking pathetic, asking and begging everybody, hey, well, where's our allies? Once again, they left us. They deserted us. They were never there to begin with. They were never there to begin with. Shout out to A. Jones in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Masa Musa in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. She got too much cake soap in her hair. Shout out to our good brother. Hey, as you would call her, a whole nother meatball. A whole nother meatball. Shout out to our good brother Zavon Scott. 3 up, 3 down. FBA retired the side. Much love to you, my good brother. B1 Unbeatable. Absolutely, my good brother. Shout out to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Let's let her continue.
Women tell you that we have no allies. This is what we're talking about. These
Hold up.
are the same liberal American women abandon us yet again, just like Susan B. Anthony and Lucretia Mott did during women's suffrage. When Black women tell you that we have no allies, this is what we're talking about.
You see? When Black women tell you we have no allies, this is what we're talking about. The Black woman's ally is the Black man, and the Black man's ally is the Black woman, and their allies are their children. That's it. That's all. So you choose to isolate yourself from Black men because of whatever goddamn hurt you done went through. Because usually that's why, you know, a Black woman would want to just go against all Black men because they was hurt so bad that all Black men are now the enemy. Nobody reps for Black women. I wonder if you have any sons. And if you do have any sons, do they feel like mama is out there being a goddamn coon? Because that's what you're doing. I wonder if you're pushing your Black sons away by pushing Black men away. Because in your hatred of your Black men, you show the hatred of your children. I will never hold all Black women to the same account as one Black woman who disrespected me. I've met way too many beautiful Black women. I know way too many beautiful Black women. One day after I get married, I hope to have a beautiful Black daughter. So I would never exclude Black women. And I don't rock with anybody who participate within this gender war stuff that's been quite literally given to you by foreigners. I call out men who disrespect Black women. I call out women who disrespect Black men. Because neither of that is good for the Black child. None of it is. Black men make mistakes. Yes. Black women make mistakes. Yes. But the only people that got our back is us. So to all of you intersectionality whores, and I'm saying whores for a reason. I'm not saying whores because you're women. I'm saying whores because that can include men too. There are a bunch of intersectionality men. For all of you, sit the hell down and have several damn seats. If you hate us so much, go off to some damn island. You guys can split the island where one side is all Black men, the other side is Black women, but you're not here spreading that poison amongst our people. And just leave us the hell alone. The Black man who loves Black women can love Black women openly and honestly and all outly. And, you know, the Black women who love Black men can love Black men openly, outly, and all aroundly. And the children will see that and love us both. Now, let me step off my soapbox because that right there is an issue that I care deeply about. I'm deeply passionate about this. I don't play that intersectionality bullshit. Because all you're doing is fragmenting our fight against white supremacy. All you're doing is making us competitors of oppression. even though we're being oppressed by the same damn individuals. Instead of working together as the equal partners we've been made to be, to corresponding partners that we were made by the Most High to be for each other. You're actually allowing a white supremacist tool to fracture you from your damn community. And then you use that tool to try to fracture more women from the very same community. Let's continue.
These are the same liberal white women who will wear blue bracelets and then stab us in the back at the voting box. Remember, when white people try to throw Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech in your face, you need to throw his letter from a Birmingham jail right back at them, because these are the people he was warning us about. White liberals, well-meaning people with shallow convictions. This is it. These are the type of women who have yet to unpack their misogynoir and are our biggest obstacle at the voting box.
Notice, she didn't say these are women who quite literally have shown themselves over and over again to be against Black Americans. No, she said these are women that haven't gotten over their misogynoir. So this is all about men. Family, these type of people you need to run from. Shout out to our sister Angelic. Girl, shut up. Thank you. Thank you. She definitely does need to shut up. She needs to have several damn seats. Let's go here, family. I'm not going to be able to get through all the crybabies, but we're going to definitely get to the family because God dang it, we're not doing this. Here's another 92%er.
And when I see clips of President Obama and Kamala Harris, I get so emotional to the point where it pisses me off, honestly, because I know what we had and like how good we had it, and I know what we could have had, but because of the ignorance in this country, like I don't have any trust, and not that I ever had a lot of trust in these people.
We? We.
What you mean what we had and what we could have had? What we had was a tether in chief in office that quite literally not only ignored foundational Black Americans, but he gave, 21 policies to the LGBTQ. He gave extra protections over to the police that was unaliving us. He made sure to go ahead and spread some money around for the whole top hat survivor community, all while telling us what he couldn't do for us, and while he said this isn't how America works. You look at Kamami, she would have continued the open door policies. So what you're telling me is you one of those tethers who appreciate Kamala Harris. It ain't just the 92%. Because you got to be quite literally an idiot. You got to be an idiot to sit here and try to say, yeah, I look back and see what we had and what we could have had, and I'm just so mad. Go ahead, continue.
But 2024, I just remember that day just like shutting everything. Just, I don't care. Let's wrap it up. If that's what y'all want to do, then let's go ahead. And now that we are in 2026, I still feel the same way. I ain't gonna lie, because now, I'm me seeing what's going on in Texas, even though I'm not in Texas, I don't know. It's really easy to disassociate. It really is. And I think that's why, I really haven't been posting like that. You know what I'm saying? But I done got back in school. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's just how I've been feeling lately. Like, nothing makes sense no more. We are in a total twilight zone. And I don't know what else to do but to focus on me and mine. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. That's what I've always done. Don't get twisted. But I don't know.
Yeah, I know. You're a tether. That's what I know. Very much so. Here's another that's going to try to blame black men for the chicanery that has nothing to do with black men. Let's go.
Black folks, the real reason why people did not want Jasmine Crockett to win, it isn't policy, y'all. It's not her experience and it's not her incompetence. It's about two things, y'all. It's race and it's gender. Because to this country, a black person winning is already too much, y'all. But y'all put a black woman winning, that's double the threat, double the hate. And y'all know what's even sadder and even sicker and even more sadistic?
Before I let her continue, she said putting a black person in there is already a situation. But now when you make it a black woman, it's more of a threat. How is being a black woman more of a threat? How? What is a black woman going to do and say that a black man could not do and say? If you're saying that her emotional intelligence is the difference, I would have to agree with you, because, you know, most black men ain't just going to go off like that unless it's for their people. You see, these type of people are so emotionally manipulated. It shows in everything that they do and everything that they say. These people are ruled by fear. These people are ruled by emotion. They're exactly what the Democratic Party likes to see in a black person. Because an overly emotional mind is the easily manipulated one. I say it all the time. And these people are showing exactly what I mean.
You've got black men online tearing Jasmine down for her wigs, weave, lashes, ghetto, being loud, throwing her under the bus, doing the goddamn work of white supremacist ideology for free. Still.
But Jasmine wasn't going around doing the work of white supremacy. She wasn't equating our history to everybody else in order to give everybody else a benefit or leg up. She hasn't used our history to try to say that these illegals are being treated like slaves in the goddamn ISIS slave catchers. What has Jasmine Crockett? All right, let's do it. All the dumb kids in the back of the classroom. I know you went back to the back of the classroom because that's where you're most comfortable. And when you sit in the front, you have to pay attention. I get it. I understand. I'm going to need you to come back to the front of the classroom because I got a question I need all of you to answer. What has Jasmine Crockett done for the black community specifically? Please go. What has she spoken about that directly benefits Black Americans? When has she brought up Black American history without bringing up any other group? Go. Okay. See, all of the smart kids are emailing me from home. They already know the answer. And I'm like, hey, y'all ain't got to answer this. This is y'all day off. They like, nah, I just, for some reason, felt like you asked this question. Let me email you the answer. So for all the slow bus kids, let's let the advanced class tell you exactly what she's done. Nothing. Zaddy support. Nothing. Nada. No tang. Not never. Nothing whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. Not a damn thing. We're listening to see. Yeah, shout out to all the A students in the classroom. Y'all are the intelligent bunch. You are the advanced class. We got to slow it down for the slow bus kids. Jasmine ain't did not a damn thing except run her mouth to justify fighting for everyone else but us. But you want to tell me that we're acting like white supremacists for calling her out on her chicanery? That we're misogynistic for calling her out on her bad weaves and her bad language? Well, damn it, what do you call me when I'm going after Wesley Hunt? What do you call me when I'm going after AOC? What do you call me when I'm going after Donald Trump? What about Joe Biden? What about Obama? I think that would kind of prove that I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to throwing these hands. Everybody can catch these hands. But for you, because, you know, your girl didn't get in there, all of a sudden, it's just about race and it's about gender. All right.
Competing with black women, still trying to police them, still not realizing that her winning is not a loss for you.
First and foremost, black men, we don't police black women. Now, there are situations where we lead. Yes, absolutely. There are situations where we tell you guys what to do. Yes, absolutely. But why is that? It's because we're trying to protect you. You say black men don't protect black women. But when black men are leading in a way to where it could protect the black woman, you have people such as yourself who don't really want protection. You want to uplift black women overall. And black men aren't here for that. And this is why many of you die alone. Because you think a woman leading is better than a man leading. And the fact of the matter is, the Most High already done said, this is a partnership, with the man being the head, the brain, and the woman being the body, the heart. And the brain can't move in the way that the heart can, and the heart can't move in the way the brain can, but they both understand that they need each other in order to survive. You cut off the head, the body dies. You pull out the heart, the brain dies. It is very simple. And so there has to be someone who could tell you, hey, babe, I don't think you should wear that. That's a little bit too extreme. And, you know, I don't want all these different guys looking at you like that, you know, because I can't control what other people think and do. So, baby, why don't you just go ahead, you know, put on that nice little dress I like. You got that dress is sexy as hell. Put on that dress. You still sexy. And you're not advertising to other men. So it'll be less of a problem once we hit these streets. Oh, you can't tell me how to dress. You can't tell me how to live my life. Well, if you want to be under my protection, then how can I protect you if I can't tell you what it'll take to be protected? If I'm telling you, babe, I don't think it's a good idea to go out with your girls tonight because, they be wild as hell. And, every time you go out with them, you come back and something weird has happened. And you always say, I'm not going out with them hoes no more. Because every time I go out, it's something. So, baby, maybe you shouldn't go out with them, especially tonight, because they said that they're going to be getting toe up tonight. You know what I mean? And if you are going to get toe up with them, why don't you just have them come to the house? That way y'all can drink here and you can be safe. You're going to have some non-man having woman running around here talking about, oh, he's trying to control you. He's just trying to keep you in the house, girl. He's insecure. And I know I digressed a little bit, but this needs to be talked about. This needs to be said. There is nobody outside of us that is going to protect us. And there are ways to be a leader and want to do it in a way where it's not disrespectful to your girl by saying, hey, babe, this is what's going on. And I'm not saying you shouldn't disagree. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to, have a conversation and say, well, babe, I feel like you're being a little controlling. I think that you're doing a little bit. And then he can go off and say, well, I understand where you're coming from. But at this point, I'm not trying to be controlling. I'm just thinking about your safety. Women love to say that men can't articulate themselves. They don't know how to talk to them and have these conversations. But when men are having these conversations, it's like it's going through one ear and out the other ear for some of these women. Now, a person who is emotionally secure within themselves and intelligent, I'm not talking about you at all. I know that you're able to have these conversations. However, people like this, they will sit here and tell men how y'all don't want to open up to us and you don't want to have these type of conversations. And then when we're having these type of conversations, it's either you saying, well, what about isms? Or it's you trying to be controlling. You're insecure. I mean, Jesus. Whatever happened to knowing that you are partners? And in order to be successful partners, not only do these conversations need to be had, but personal conversations need to be had. Where the man go and look in the mirror and say, am I moving in the way that a man needs to be moving for this woman? And vice versa. If you cannot do that, then you're not emotionally mature enough. And you need to be alone. And you need not to give advice to other women or other men. Go fix your damn self before you try to tell somebody what's good for them and what isn't. All right. Let me step down off my soapbox. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I don't usually talk about relationships, but it pertains. However, let's let her continue.
It is a win for an entire race. We throw that word around ghetto, but what exactly is ghetto? And how come it don't stick to white folks when they do the same goddamn thing? Because when black folks talk,
in politics, if a white person is running around being ghetto, they're going to be called out by their own constituency. And even if they are running around being ghetto, what does that matter to foundational Black Americans? Because they don't represent foundational Black Americans. They represent the Nabisco. So they're not making us look bad. They're not putting on a caricature of us and making us look bad. They're making themselves look bad. Think about that girl, Danielle, the Catch Me Outside chick. She is a pariah in her community. Why do you think that she's quite literally only messing with black men because the white men don't want her. She's an embarrassment. And the same thing goes for white politicians when they at ghetto. But the difference is when they at ghetto, it does not fall upon us. When Jasmine Crockett is snapping her neck and pretending to be more ghetto than she's ever been in her life, all to talk about saving illegals, or all to talk about Mexico, Canada, Ukraine, taking up for a dictator, Maduro. None of these things make us look good, nor is she fighting on our behalf. So you damn right we're going to call her out. You're damn right we're going to say, hey, you do not represent us one iota. And we're not wrong for doing so. Let's continue.
Glad. Dress bold, wear wigs, weave flashes. It's called unprofessional, too hood. But when white folks turn around and cosplay and do the same thing, that same behavior, it's relatable, it's authentic, it's quirky, and it's shared and it's celebrated. Same behavior, different skin, different type of judgment. So now, this backlash isn't about standards. It's about who they think is allowed to lead. And until we stop internalizing white superiority and projecting it back on black women, we'll keep sabotaging our own race and our own.
All right, family. So I'm not going to play all the other. I got like 5 more of these naysayers, but it is becoming an irritant to me. So I'm just going to play one more. Another 92%er that's been running around here after Kamala lost. She was talking about she's resting. Shout out to our sister Tampa Bay in the building as well as Deep. Much love to the both of you. Thank you for being here. They talk about they're resting, but every time something happens, they're coming out talking about the Democrat. When we sit here and stand on our square, these people try to blend in and, act like us until it's election time. And we've been saying this. You guys remember this? Septum ring having little villain. Oh, yeah. She was mad as hell about Kamala losing. Then when we said we're delineating, they said they're resting. Don't call us in the very same way we said don't call us unless you're bringing us policy. She was out here talking about, we're resting now. Y'all chose y'all fate. Y'all didn't vote the way we voted. We voted correctly. Y'all didn't. And then after a while, she stopped talking like that because she wanted to be able to merge in with the black grassroots. And so when we were getting off on these tethers, what did she do? She jumped in on those tethers. But now that Jasmine Crockett lost, it ain't even been a god dang week. And all that resting shit is over, ain't it? Oh, yeah. Let's go here.
Jasmine Crockett got the same treatment Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams got. Last night, Dallas County was not able to finish their voting or their counting due to Republicans who are white men cutting that shit off. And yes, James Tallarico won, and I'm not congratulating his ass. A mediocre white man who was racist towards a black man won. And the Republican Party made sure that he would win because they know he ain't about shit. I'm gonna make something very clear. James Tallarico, I feel like he's an underhanded Republican. He gonna be another John Fetterman. It's just gonna take some time for that to be unveiled. Jasmine Crockett went in swinging. She didn't even have a district to fight for her. She was boots on the ground for everybody. People in the ICE detention. She was there for disabled people, for black people, for women, for every fucking body.
What did she do that showed that she was there for black people? What? What did she do? The bionic boogers, that is diabolical. Shout out to our good brother, still Kevin Trees in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. That is diabolical. Also, shout out to the Hula Gang in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Exactly. Whose man's is this? And this is why we've been very clear about don't trust these people who are running around talking about we're resting, leave us out of it and all this other stuff. The very first person that they wanted to win that loss. Oh, you done resting, aren't you? You out here blaming white men? And then you're lying to, once again, black people talking about she was for everybody. She's from the disabled, the Latinos, black people. There is only one black grassroots, and there will only ever be one black grassroots. And these people are not included. You just been activated. You are a sleeper cell. Because the way we move is 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. When Kendrick said they not like us, he wasn't just talking about the tethers.
And once again, Texas decided that a mediocre white man was the best thing for y'all. How the fuck has that been going for y'all so far? I'm just asking for a friend.
And guess what? You're not in Texas to even deal with this. So why do you care? Oh, because you're not resting. You're just quite literally a Democratic shill who saw that the black grassroots was running the damn show. So you sat back until, once again, your sleeper cell was activated in you. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother. I just came in and saw this dude with a silver booger in his nose. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right, but y'all are so on point. Hey. Oh, I love you guys so much. Let's get into what the family had to say so we can get up out of here. It is almost that time for me to go. So I'm a just speed play through these. Let's go here.
Bye-bye, Jasmine Crockett. She lost the Democrat Senate primary race, and she couldn't run for that and Congress at the same time, so she's going to be done there too. Interestingly enough, she's blaming Republicans and racism and cheating for why she lost.
Is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why.
Is it the case that Republicans in Texas just really didn't want Jasmine Crockett to win because she was black, or is it that the voters just chose Tallarico? Because there's this interesting video that I saw of this white woman who was crying because she thought Tallarico could win, even though she liked Crockett.
Yes, we need a fighter. And I was so ready to vote for Jasmine Crockett because I love her. But I voted for Tallarico because we need somebody who can win.
Now, what's actually very fascinating to me is that people think that James Tallarico is electable when he says things like this.
Is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
So Democrats in Texas think that Mr. God is non-binary. And by the way, abortion's okay because Mary chose to give birth to Jesus. is going to win in the state. I did want Crockett to win the primary, not because I thought she was a bigger threat. It's just because Tallarico is so slimy and disgusting. One of the most lioness, low-down, dirty politicians I've ever seen try to pervert the gospel that I just don't want to have to see him for, till November. But, I guess we're going to have to keep talking about how God isn't non-binary. Bye-bye, Jasmine Crockett.
Well, the Most High isn't non-binary, I guess. There's a male energy and a female energy. The female energy is not the same as the male energy. These are two different things. Look, I'm going into somewhere where I would have to do a whole broadcast to break down this non-binary situation, because really the Most High is the energy. The Most High's energy, I'll leave it at that. And I appreciate every day that he got me on this damn microphone to make sure people understand what's really happening. So shout out to the Most High. I'm going to stick with that. Let's go here, family. Let me pull this down because, like I said, I want to get to the people who really has some critiques for Jasmine, you know, because Jasmine, she needs to audit. She does. She needs the crock pot audit so that she'll know next time what to do and what not to do. So we're going to go here. I'm going to speed bliss through these. And I'm just going to go back to back and let these folks say what they have to say. And then I got one more thing to show you after which, and then we'll get up out of here. So let's go here, shall we?
Real quick, we have to give credit when credit is due. I want to give credit and congratulate Jasmine Crockett, okay, on her continuous losing streak, okay? I don't know anybody else that loses as much as she does, okay? It's so funny because she claims that she's better than my president, but he's always winning and she's always losing. So I don't know where she's getting these things from. Maybe that's why she loses a lot, okay, because she's confused in her mind. But anyway, hey, you do it better than anybody, seems like. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many votes you didn't or didn't get this time, but I know it wasn't enough, goddammit. So congratulations once again on running your mouth and always losing. I mean, we've never seen anything like it, okay? Maybe next time.
Miss Jasmine Crockett, she lost last night. She can't blame it on racism from the right. She says all Republicans are racist and sexist because her own people rejected her, okay? Her own party said, you know what? We'd rather have someone who works instead of twerks. But the guy who won, James Tallarico, he's also very dangerous and very scary. So we're going to get to him in a second. But Jasmine Crockett, last night, she did not even have the balls to concede. She did not want to go on stage and concede. This morning, she finally did concede and apparently is on her way back to Washington, I guess, to finish out her term. But I think we'll be seeing Jasmine Crockett maybe on Real Housewives or reality show. And a lot of people in my comments are like, you know what? She'd be great on a reality show. She'd be great on Real Housewives. She's not a housewife. She has no spouse, no husband, no boyfriend that I even know of, but she is a diva. So she will be interesting on Real Housewives. But Jasmine Crockett, she lost. Her entire campaign was an utter calamity. And what's interesting is I guess she thought all of these celebrity endorsements were going to help her, right? Like Kamala Harris endorsed her. I don't know why you would want an endorsement from one of the most failed politicians we've ever seen in American history. Kamala Harris, horrible VP, horrible candidate, lost the popular vote, every single swing state. Her own constituents did not like her back in California. So why would you want Kamala's endorsement? But Jasmine Crockett, she wanted it, she courted it, she got it in the 11th hour. It didn't work out. Another person who endorsed Jasmine Crockett was D-list rapper Cardi B. Now, Cardi B, she's somewhat literate. I don't know, she's not the most literate person. I remember her on stage trying to endorse Kamala Harris and she could barely form a coherent sentence, but this was a big celebrity endorsement for Jasmine Crockett. Now, I want to check up on where Cardi B is now. We actually have a clip of Cardi B from the other night. Let's look at that. For the listening audience, it was basically a video of Cardi B just twerking and shaking her ass. So Cardi B, I don't know why Jasmine would want her endorsement. You know, when you look at Cardi B's body, she's been open about the fact that she has had some things injected into her buttocks and maybe they've migrated to her brain because Cardi B, I don't know what she's thinking. Cardi B is not an endorsement that I would be courting, but Jasmine Crockett, she's been sent packing. So this might be the last time, you guys, that we have to cover Jasmine Crockett. I'm actually quite sad about it.
Hey, shout out to our brother Zavon Scott for this super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. And offering it a bit of knowledge. Never trust anyone who can be tethered to a septum ring. Oh my gosh. That is facts on top of facts. That is wisdom if I ain't never heard none. Put that into a proverb. Make that a Psalms. Because God dang it, that is factual. These tether septums. Let's go here, family. Shout out to you, my good brother. Let's go here.
I can tell you right now, Jasmine Crockett, there's a lot of black people that were sick of you. They were sick and tired of you because you were not properly representing black people in Congress. All right. What you were doing is you were a walking, talking stereotype. You were a walking, talking cliche. And you may not understand this, but there are black people. There are plenty of black people out here that are intelligent enough to understand that you are mocking them. They understand that you're only acting a certain way. Let's be real. You're a poser. And I can tell you right now, Jasmine Crockett, there's a lot of black people that were sick of you. They were sick and tired of you because you were not properly representing Black people in Congress. All right. What you were doing is you were a walking, talking stereotype. You were a walking, talking cliche. And you may not understand this, but there are Black people, there are plenty of Black people out here that are intelligent enough to understand that you are mocking them. They understand that you're only acting a certain way. Let's be real, you're a poser. And I can tell you right now, Jasmine Crockett, there's a lot of Black people that were sick of you. They were sick and tired of you because you were not properly representing Black people in Congress. All right. What you were doing is you were a walking, talking stereotype. You were a walking, talking cliche. And you may not understand this, but there are Black people, there are plenty of Black people out here that are intelligent enough to understand that you are mocking them. They understand that you're only acting a certain way. Let's be real, you're a poser. And I can tell you right now, Jasmine Crockett, there's a lot of Black people that were sick of you. They were sick and tired of you because you were not properly
Yes, this is the red pill guy, but I'm just, you got to take sometimes, just take the wisdom and leave behind the buffoonery because he was not lying there. Was not lying. Also, let me go here.
I'm not stirring shit up. Y'all know I don't do that. I'm just reading the recipe. You know what, Democrats? Y'all lied with me today.
Let me play that a little bit slower. Democrats, you all right with him today, he say. Let's see why.
All right, I promise I'm not stirring shit up. Y'all know I don't do that. I'm just reading the recipe. You know what, Democrats? Y'all lied with me today. Because y'all got Jasmine the fuck up out of there. The fuck up out of there. This is the same woman who stood 10 toes down and said the reason why people don't like DEI is because they're scared that they can't keep promoting simple-minded, underqualified white men instead of the qualified Black women on the other side. That was the energy. But you lost to a white man that your own party voted for. But now we crying cheating. You know, so when you win, it's historic. When you lose, it's oppression. When you talk reckless, it's empowerment. When somebody calls your ass out, it's racism. When your own party doesn't even pick you, it's the Republicans' fault. Cool. There it is. Now, if you don't knock it off, you didn't lose to the GOP. You lost to somebody in your own damn house. That's not a conspiracy. That's a performance review. So let's write some notes. The same hood persona, the same fake ratchet viral clip, Twitter war energy that gets applauses on MSNBS doesn't always translate in Texas when the adults are voting. But last night, in front of the cameras, whole different vibe. You were calm, you were polished, you were articulate. So you can turn it off. Interesting. Now, look, maybe if that version showed up consistently instead of the audition for Real Housewives of Capitol Hill, folks might have taken you serious. But no, it's always somebody else's fault. The system, the party, the Republicans, Mercury in retrograde, anybody but the woman in the mirror. Your entire brand is calling people simple-minded and underqualified. Don't act shocked when voters decide to evaluate you the same way. So yeah, Democrats, y'all handle y'all shit on God. Yeah, full send, let's go.
She's from Texas, I can tell by the way she got the fuck up out the room.
Shout out to that brother right there. That end part killed me, but also the part where he said, and he was so absolutely correct when he said this, that's not a conspiracy. That's a performance review. That's an audit. You've been audited by your own party, Jasmine. You've been audited, and the outcome isn't quite favorable for you. But Jasmine, at least you get to go home like Wesley. You get to be with your family like Wesley. Since you lost your seat in the House as well, because you couldn't run for both, you won't have to worry about much now, right, Jasmine? You can worry about creating a whole new life for yourself. Maybe go home, start a practice, maybe get a man, have some children. You know, Jasmine, just leave and just be in the dark somewhere and never return. Please. This is what I beg of you. Shout out to Melvina Miles. Much love to you. Thank you for your PayPal donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Now, family, we're going to end here. And I got 5 minutes to spare too. Nice. I got to do some work later today, so that's why I got a real strict time limit. Right on time though. We can't go nowhere since Jasmine is gone without talking about Tiny Terrence. Now, Tiny Terrence, he made a post today, and he says, lost my job today, guys. Now that Jasmine Crockett will no longer be in Congress, I will not be able to impersonate her no more, or anymore, excuse me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do with this Amazon wig. Now, Tiny Terrence, you know exactly what you're going to do with that Amazon wig. You're going to continue to wear it because that is your truest self. That's all you know, Tiny Terrence. Dressing up like black women and making a fool of yourself for the Nabiscos. And you mask it under a term called comedy. This isn't comedical. This isn't comedy, good sir. This is you making sure that everyone knows that you will never be able to beat those allegations. And you act as if Jasmine is the only person you impersonate. Every time I turn around, you impersonating Michelle Obama. So his true sadness, his true pain isn't the fact that he can't cosplay Jasmine Crockett no more. It's the fact that he won't have an excuse to be out there being his truest self anymore. Oh yeah, yes, my sister Aquarius, that's Ricky Smiley Jr. right there. He's trying to get a role in the next Sunday. Damn, first Sunday. He wants to be in next Sunday. Oh yeah. See, and to that, lady who said that, we're only going after Jasmine Crockett because she's a black girl. Then what am I now? And I'm talking about Tiny Terrence. And they're both on the opposite sides of the aisle from each other. What am I now? Am I homophobic? Am I transphobic? Shout out to our good brother Christopher Ellis. He says, free yourself, Terrence. Hey, free your mind and the rest will follow. I think that Tiny Terrence just needs to come on out so that he can be who he wants to be on average, which is a woman. That's why he speaks with this high little sassy voice, because he's been practicing for this his whole damn life. His whole career he's been trying to be a white woman. But he couldn't be a white woman because of the color of his skin. So when he saw Jasmine Crockett and he saw Michelle Obama, he's like, yes, this is my chance. Terrence, I'm going to end with this, and I just want you to understand me when I say this. I know you listen to a lot of Michael Jackson, Keep It in the Closet. I get it. I understand it. You've been trying to, have your alter egos. But Terrence, just go out and just come on out and say it. Everybody already knows. Terrence is a part of the LGBTQ. He is a power bottom. He is somebody who wish he could transition into Jasmine Crockett. He wish he could transition into Michelle Obama. He's just too ashamed to do so. Well, family, I just wanted to show that to you, bring this to your attention. I just wanted to have a little fun with you here today because, family, like I said, these people don't listen. It isn't just the Democrats, it's the Republicans, the Democrats, the Republicans, both of them. Neither one of them likes to listen. We keep telling them, hey, you should bring us some policy. No, they keep on bringing us buffoonery. We say, hey, you should bring us some sort of, hate crime bill. They keep bringing us nonsense. And then they keep on bringing the fact that, oh, I'm not running as a black man. Jasmine said, I'm not running as a black woman. Both of these folks still lost. They still lost. What are you doing back here? You are banned. See, I don't accept shills from any side of the fence here. Just because you hear me talking stuff about the Democrats don't mean I'm a Republican. And just because you hear me talking about the Republicans don't make me a Democrat. I am a foundational Black American who stand up for foundational Black American interests. And if you do not do that, you are on the chopping block. No matter what side you're on. But family, give yourself a pat on the back. Because you deserve it. You deserve every bit of it. And let's keep it up. Let's keep showing them our power. Let's keep wielding the power in which we possess. Because these folks ain't got nothing if they ain't got you. And with that being said, family and friends, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well clicking the other link and join in the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing within the new Black media. Family, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here, my mods, my members, my Patreons, everybody who donated, whether by Super Chat, Cashapp, PayPal, Venmo, or anywhere else. All of you, I appreciate to the core. Family, I want to sit here and just bask in your glory. Did that sound weird? Let me rephrase that. Pause on that. Let me rephrase that. I just want to sit here and bask in our glory. Because every time we tell these folks something, it takes us proving it to them for it to get through their head. And when I say proving it to them, some people learned from other people's mistakes. We continuously have to show these folks that you're not going to be able to get over on us. So instead of learning from other people's mistakes, they have to learn the hard way. And that's okay. That's okay. Because like 213, we will give it to you the hard way. Anytime you need it, pause on that too. But y'all going to learn to keep our damn names out of your mouth unless you're bringing us policy, unless you're bringing us things that's going to benefit our community, unless you're going to bring us tangibles. You're going to learn to keep our goddamn names out of your mouths. And in the words of Birdman, you're going to learn to put some respect on our name. But with that being said, family, I want you to enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Today's Thursday. All my days are merging together all of a sudden. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday, family. Much love to each and every one of you. And with that being said, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.